Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Good evening, Slane. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more Overwatch 2 here in a bit. Uh, good. I know you're always basically passed out when you talk, Slane. That's no surprise. Mm-hmm. Nothing new there. But good evening, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening here. We're going to take a look at the Reddits here and the tubes. Also got a new heatsink for my NVMe drive, which I don't think is going to make a difference, but why not? Why not at this point? So, yeah, I was watching Summit play Battlefront. At one time, I was actually considering being a Battlefront main streamer. However, there was a significant amount of cheating in Battlefront. Almost no one watching, and a significant amount of cheating in Battlefront, which definitely ruins the game. There's like fuckers that are just flying around, just insta-killing people and shit. I was watching Summit play it earlier tonight. It's a very cool game, don't get me wrong. It's probably one of the better Battlefield games out there. I'd say it's up there with Battlefield 1. Probably on par with Battlefield 1. But there is so much cheating in that fucking game. Like, just watching him play, and the moment he gets on a hero character, just everything, and his mom shoots him, and he just dies instantly. Yeah. And then fuckers just, like, lagging all over the place and shit. It's kind of sad. State of games in general, as far as cheating goes, and just watching that just makes you really feel bad. DICE's games in general have all pretty much been ruined by cheating. Ruined from cheating. And I mentioned this before, I don't think they get the formula wrong or something like that, like Battlefield 1, Battlefield 5, Battlefield 4. It's literally just a bunch of people that just gets hacked out the wazoo, and then people just don't enjoy dying constantly to people they never see from across the map over and over and over again. Especially when there's specific people doing the same thing over and over. And it's not just like flying in vehicles, and even vehicles, people cheating in vehicles. Yeah, DICE has some pretty poor anti-cheat too. Sad. It's where games are now, though. Oh. Oh. Why does the universe exist? Well, that's not a what if I've ever heard one. Not open to interpretation. Kind of with The Last of Us. Obviously, I want to binge The Last of Us, but Like they're the chick, the kid definitely does not look that much like the original kid at all. I don't know why? Preeti is not someone I'd go to for computer advice. Let's take a look at the hardware unboxing, see what's going on here, guys. But yeah, just watching him play it kind of makes me reminisce basically about games like that. PlanetSide 2 is in the same boat. There's just a lot of people cheating at it. Let's take a look at hardware unbox here. But yeah, watching it just makes me kind of reminisce about the time when I was playing like large-scale first-person shooters, and they're a lot of fun. And cheating, basically, as with all first-person shooters and pretty much everything online, as far as competitive gaming goes, absolutely fucking wrecks it because no one has good anti-cheat. But the best anti-cheat right now is basically Fortnite, Epic. That doesn't mean the other games that are based on their engine also have good anti-cheat. Overwatch used to be pretty good. It's not anymore. You can find Google cheats for the game, so yeah, it's all went to shit, guys. Ah,
Welcome back to Hardware Unboxed. Today
thanks,
we are
Steve.
taking a look at DDR5
Chris,
memory scale
Tim,
performance of AMD's latest
Chris,
Zen 4 architecture with the
Steve.
Ryzen 7 7700X, and I'll be comparing it with Intel's Core i9 13900K. Now, the reason for this is I want to see how much memory performance affects Zen 4, as I have done very limited testing to date, and we know that DRAM latency has been an Achilles heel of previous generation Zen architectures. But please note, this is not a value analysis. I am well aware that the Core i9 costs around 70% more. That is not the point of this content. Also, as I'm sure many of you have noted, there's a massive discrepancy between review data for Zen 4 processors, especially when it comes to gaming performance. Now, most of you have chalked this up
it's mainly Gamers Nexus.
test system configurations and the games used. As this is the most.
Does he watch my videos? He totally watches my videos. He watches my review of his review.
There are some, mostly found skulking around places like Reddit, that are adamant. The most obvious conclusion is some reviews are paid for or just outright biased. Makes sense, right?
Well, some of them. I'd say some of them are, but I'd also say there's a lot of incompetence and just people that aren't good at what they do.
To find out, I've done a little bit of testing.
There's a rule for that. I forgot what it's called though.
Ryzen 7000 series
it's like don't blame someone for nefarious when they could just be ignorant.
This was sweet spot memory for Zen 4.
Nefarious intentions rather than the fact that they're just
we just had to
ignorant.
Take their word, and it does seem as though they were correct. And all CPUs do support this memory with ease, and given that it does ensure the absolute best performance for enthusiasts, at least out of the box, it makes sense for our audience. Mind you, though, we would do exactly the same thing for
like, while people can be devious, a lot of people are just aren't very smart. That's just the way it goes.
In any case, we still use
nobody watches my videos. Nobody cares that you don't care that nobody watches my videos.
CL32 DDR5 6400,
and it's not about watching my videos. It's about watching my Twitch.
Now, depending on the games used for testing, I've found the Core i9.
By the way, that's not true. I'm pretty sure YouTube notifies you when people use your content in their videos. Like, it'll actually tell them that people have like integrated your content into their videos. We had Pool Guy just out of nowhere. I don't think I left a single comment. Actually, I think I left one comment on his videos. And then somehow seemingly pointed out, like, he posted on one of my videos that was basically with part of his video in my video. Yeah, like some Inception sort of shit. I'm pretty sure YouTube notifies you, or there is some sort of automated system that you can use to, like, check for DMCA stuff or something. Basically, whether or not people are using your content in their content. That's what it comes down to. So there's, like, contentception that happens.
Okay, to be on average 4% faster than the Ryzen 7 7700X. With the Core i7 13700K around 1 to 2% slower. So basically overall they deliver comparable gaming performance, which seems reasonable. But for a sanity check, Jared's Tech found that the 13700K is 2.5% slower than the 7700X in a
Never heard of
24-game
him.
benchmark, and he uses the same DDR5 6000 CL30 memory, but for both AMD and Intel processors. Of course, that's the average performance difference across a decent number of games, but I have found instances where the 13900K is between 15 to 20% faster, such as F122 and Spider-Man Remastered, for example. The question is, does slower memory cripple Zen 4 more than it does Raptor Lake? And if so, how would this influence our CPU testing and recommendations moving forward? Well, let's go find out. Now, please note all of this testing was conducted using the GeForce RTX 4090 at 1080p.
Oh,
And if you'd like to learn more about
very
why
expensive
we
video
test
card.
the way we do, I'll link to another video in the video description.
Whenever there's going to be price
explains
cuts,
this test method.
NVIDIA, I'd love to
And the
know.
Ryzen 7 7700X was paired with the Gigabyte X670 Aorus Master and the Core i9 13900K.
I was looking at X670 motherboards, guys, because I'm going to buy a 7900 X3D. My guess is, hopefully on launch, I'll be able to buy one. Look at this fucking shit. There's 3 slots. What is this shit? What is this fucking shit? There's 3 expansion slots. There could be up to 7. Why is there 3? I don't fucking know. This makes no fucking sense. There could be up to 7 expansion slots, guys. There's 3 here. And looking at this board, one of these is a 4X, and one of these is a X1. Yeah, they aren't even X16. What the fuck is going on here? Where are my expansion slots, guys? What is this shit?
With the MSI MPG
3!
Z79
There's 3, and
Wi-Fi.
the other 2 aren't even fucking...
Into the graphs.
Oh my god, they aren't even
First up, we
X16.
have
Like,
Spider-Man
and by the way, they can notch the slot. Effectively, from a lane standpoint, it's an X1 electrical lane and an X4. So it means that it's only a quarter of an X16 slot. What they can actually do is put on an X4 slot and notch the back so you can put larger video cards in there, or larger anything in there. They'll just use less length. But they don't. They specifically use the X16 slot because that allows them to pretend that it's an X16 slot. Like people look at it and go, oh, it's a 3 X16 slots. It's not. Electrically, it's an X1, X4, and then an X16. Yeah. And they make them to look like it is 3 X16s because it's a selling point, despite the fact they can notch slots. And Asus notches them. Video card, an extra NIC, sound card, and then what was the other one? That's thinking about putting in my computer. I think another video card. Not necessarily for playing games, but I wanted one to put an extra desktop on. And then also a Thunderbolt card is something I was looking into. And some newer AMD motherboards can support Thunderbolt and for a dedicated slot. Yeah. Not that I have that right now. I have 3 cards in my current computer, which is a video card, sound card, and a networking adapter.
Remastered. And let me quickly explain what's going on here with all those.
And by the way, it's not just that. It means that you have to buy a more expensive motherboard for 4 more PCIe slots, or USB slots, because you can't buy the $20 expansion NIC, or expansion card. You can't buy the $20 expansion card and put it into a slot, and they know that. That's why they do that. They try to get you on the fact that you can't get USB slots. You can't upgrade it, so then you opt for their $50 more expensive board that has like 4 more USB slots on it. Because, yeah, they don't allow you to upgrade because you don't have space to upgrade anymore. And even though it is a full-size ATX motherboard, you could get a micro ATX and it would have more slots. Micro ATX can have 4 slots on them, where ATX can have up to 7. Depends on how they lay them out, 6 or 7. Micro ATX can do 4, and mini ITX can do 2. What the fuck is going on here?
Bars. The yellow bars highlight the DDR5 6000 CL30 kit that AMD provided for testing Zen 4, while the dark orange bar is a cheap Corsair DDR5 5200 CL40 kit, which I'm using as a sort of baseline here. I've also included a few other kits such as DDR5 7200 for the 13900K, just to show a better out-of-the-box experience. And really, this is probably the best out-of-the-box experience you can probably achieve with all Raptor Lake CPUs. And then we have a range of alternative kits for the 7700X.
I wonder why did
such as the
7700X instead of
Corsair-dominated
50X? Just,
6000,
I mean,
and then a cheap Kingston
they aren't supposed to be
DDR5
comparable, by the way.
6000 CL40 kit,
They're just looking at scaling.
and then a DDR5 5200 CL36 kit.
But yeah,
Now, apart
like
from
as
the
far
fact
as
that the
like upgrade
13900K is quite a bit
peripherals or
faster than
any
the
sort
7700X
of
and Spider-Man
expansion IO
Remastered, which we already knew
is
from
what you
previous
use
testing,
PCIe
there are
slots
some
for.
interesting and perhaps concerning
More
results here for
networking, more
AMD.
USB is a big
Using the
one.
DDR5 6000
If you need
CL30
a
memory,
specialty port like
highlighted
a
as yellow on
Thunderbolt
our
port,
graph, the
yeah.
13900K is 11% faster than the 7700X, which is very similar to the
RAID card if you
16%
want
margin
to
found in my 13900K review.
drive
Though
subsystem.
there, the Core i9 was paired with DDR5 6400, and
Or
both
NVMe
platforms were
slots.
using
You can
older
get
BIOS
NVMe
revisions.
expansion cards if you don't
Anyway,
have enough spots on your
pretty
board.
similar data to our day one
Or
review.
it turns your
The problem
PCIe
for
slots
AMD becomes
into
quite clear
NVMe
when
slots.
pairing both CPUs with the much more affordable
Because
DDR5
NVMe is basically
5200
PCIe.
CL40 memory. Here, the 13900K is a whopping 28% faster than the 7700X, or an eye-watering 45% faster when comparing 1% lows. That's a devastating margin for AMD, and it explains why Zen 4 gets so trashed in reviews using DDR5 5200 for the AMD processors. Even if we upgrade the Ryzen 7 with CL36 DDR5 5200 memory, the 13900K using CL40
You
is
want to get
still
6000 memory?
26% faster. So in short, it would seem as though clocking the Infinity Fabric so low cripples Zen 4, which is a worry given that 5200 is the base spec. Okay, so margins in the Callisto
I think
Pro
I
core
actually
using
browsed
DDR5
for
6000 CL30 memory are very similar.
5200.
Here the 13900K is
Oh.
12% faster, jumping up from 241 FPS with
Well,
the 7700X
let's
to
see what's going
271
on here.
FPS. And in this example, we find when pairing both CPUs with DDR5 5200
2
CL40 memory
by
that the margin
16.
extends to 22% in favor of
Only
the Intel
$160.
CPU. It also appears as
$125.
though
That's
memory
not that bad.
timings are one of the
That could be
biggest
worse.
issues here for Zen 4, as performance also
G-Skill
tanked with the
Flare.
6000 CL40 kit. Next up, we have a Plague
Or
Tale Requiem,
Ripjaws.
and here the
They're basically the
13900K
same
was
price.
8% faster than the 7700X when pairing both with DDR5 6000 CL30 memory, so not a huge margin there, but again, that margin does blow out with 5200 memory.
Blow it
We
out.
see when comparing the dark orange bars that the 13900K is 25% faster, and that is quite a brutal margin. Horizon Zero Dawn
See,
is an
what are the
unusual
timings
title
here?
in the sense that it has always heavily favored Zen, and perhaps we're getting a hint as
36,
to why
36,
with this testing.
96.
It looks to be almost the Cinebench of games, as memory performance has very little influence on the results. With Spider-Man, we saw an almost 22% performance uplift for the 7700X when moving from DDR5 5200 to 6000. Whereas here, we're seeing a mere 7% increase. Meanwhile, the 1300K saw a 1 FPS change, so half a percent movement from 5200 to 6000 memory. So perhaps with DRAM latency almost being a non-issue,
Basically
here,
looking at
that's why the
$130 for memory.
7700X is able to beat the 1300K by a massive 22% margin when using DDR5 6000 CL30 memory.
40, 40, 96.
The Rift Breaker results have
It's more
changed
expensive
quite a
and
bit
worse.
since our initial testing, and I'm not entirely sure as to why, as quite a few things have changed, such as the BIOS revision,
36,
the slave
36,
driver, and even the Windows
96.
version. Whatever the case, though, the 1300K
Difference between
has
this.
seen a 7% performance improvement, while the 7700X has only improved by 1.5%. Neither's a massive margin, admittedly, but whereas performance was similar previously, the
They have
1300K
identical
is now
timings, but they're
8% faster.
named differently.
But that 8% margin does blow up quite substantially to 25% when pairing both CPUs with DDR5 5200 memory, so another terrible result for AMD when using the more affordable DDR5. The shadow of the Tomb Raider
Try to
results, on the
memory's
other
worse.
hand, are almost identical
Mushkin
to the day
Redline.
one review, where the 1300K was 13% faster.
See.
Here, it's 14% faster. The real issue, though, can be again seen when using DDR5 5200 memory, as here the 1300K is now 27% faster.
Even buying different DDR5 6000, this has tighter timings. Except for the ending number here, I don't know what that means. I guess that's the last timing. Crass. Like a Newegg, it has 36, 36, 36, 76, for instance. Or 36. Mushkin Redline.
as the Core i9 dropped just 8 FPS, whereas the 7700X dropped a massive 33 FPS. Finally, here's the Watch Dogs Legion results, and previously I found that the 13900K was 10% faster than the 7700X in this title, but in this example,
Price
the
the
Core
same, I don't
i9
understand
is
this.
just 4% faster when both are using the same DDR5 6000 CL30 memory. So not a big difference there. And I'd say with this premium memory, this is actually a great result for the much cheaper 7700X. Unfortunately though, when using the more affordable DDR5 5200 stuff, the 13900K was 21% faster, dropping just 3 FPS.
Basically, this is showing that you want to buy DDR5 6000 if you can afford it.
Okay, so here's the average performance seen across the 7 games we just looked at. On average, we're looking at a mere 2.5% performance uplift for the 13900K when going from 5200 to 6000 spec memory, so a negligible difference there. The 7700X, on the other hand, saw a far more substantial 17% increase.
This isn't really AMD, specifically AMD processors have been sensitive to memory timings for probably the last 2 generations, so 3000 and 5000 series, and now the 7000 series, 3 total generations, have been sensitive to memory timings. So it's not necessarily the speed, like you can offset the speed with just tighter timings too.
Meaning Zen 4 is significantly more memory sensitive. And this is a massive problem for AMD because when using the DDR5 6000 memory, the 13900K was just 5% faster, which is a negligible margin really, and certainly doesn't warrant the extra investment in the Core i9 processor. However, when arming both CPUs with DDR5 5200, the margin blows out to 19% in favor of the Core i9, and that does start to become significant as it's effectively an entirely different performance tier. So by using the G.Skill Trident Z5 Neo RGB DDR5 6000 CL30 memory, we are showing a best case result for Zen 4, at least when it comes to out-of-the-box performance. And granted, the DDR5 6400 CL32 memory that we use for testing Raptor Lake is still providing a very strong out-of-the-box experience, a 7200 kit will offer around 3 to 5% more performance. The biggest problem is the fact that if you were to pair a 13th Gen Core series processor like the 13900K with slightly more affordable memory, you'll still see similar performance to what's shown in our reviews.
32, 38, 38, 96.
And 7200 will typically be within 10%. Zen 4, on the other hand, will typically be around 15% slower than our review data, assuming you go with something like cheap DDR5 5200 CL40 memory. So that can be a real problem, and it is well worth being aware of. And this also explains why reviewers who tested at the official memory specification received data that varies wildly from our own. Pairing Zen 4 with DDR5 5200 while giving
it's not just that methodology is very different between reviewers.
Is a brutal matchup that is going to end horribly for AMD. But I'm certainly not saying it's the wrong way to test, as that is the advertised memory spec. However, for our audience and our own recommendations, I think it makes no sense to test that way, as we've never recommended base spec memory for either AMD or Intel processors, and in fact, we've actually recommended you avoid it. And the reason being that sweet spot memory generally doesn't cost that much more, and typically offers
talking about maybe $10.
For example, the most affordable DDR5 5200 32GB kit costs $115 US. It's a Team T-Force Vulkan CL40 kit. For just $20 more though, you can buy G.Skill's Flare X5 DDR5 6000 CL36 kit, and for just $10 more, you can get G.Skill's Ripjaw's S5 DDR5 6000 CL32 kit. Now, the premium stuff that we use for testing, that does cost $180, but you can purchase a similar spec kit such as the Team T-Force Delta RGB DDR5 6000 CL30 for $155, or the $145 G.Skill Ripjaw's S5 DDR5 5600 CL28 kit, which can be tuned up to actually be made faster than what we test with. So the reality is you're saving a measly $30 by going with the entry-level 5200 stuff, which is why you wouldn't purchase it. It really makes no sense when talking about
stuff's so fucking expensive right now.
be sure to read them, and we'll take note.
Hey,
of
look,
your
guys, it
feedback.
crashed
And
again.
That is going to do it for this one. Thank you for
That's
watching.
weird.
Give it a like if you found it useful. Also, if you'd like to support the channel directly and get some cool perks in return, we have Floatplane or Patreon. You can sign up to either one of those. Either will give you access to our exclusive Discord server for members only, a monthly live stream. Tim and I get together and do that, answer your questions live, and put on sort of a live show, I suppose. Behind the scenes content, Q&As, a lot of cool stuff there. So yeah, check it out if you're interested. But if not, that is perfectly fine. And I would like to thank you for watching this video. I'm your host, Steve. See you again next time.
Bye, Steve! I think I ran out of memory again. Even though I made my page file bigger. I think it's one of those things where I have to restart to make it bigger. Something else? OBS Studio is showing a significant amount of GPU utilization. See. What's going on here? Second crash I got, guys. Weird. Interesting. Well, I could spend money on memory. Oh, bless me. Thank you. Oh. Good. Well, there's that. Another thing you have to spend a copious amount of money on. I'm probably going to look at memory tuning. There's probably a sweet spot or certain kind of kits you want to buy for the 7000 series. Loading Windows 11, don't care. Let's take a look at a B1M, guys.
This is Tokyo, the most populated city in the world.
It is.
Home to top-rated restaurants, beautiful temples,
Travel
and
Geek has shown it.
over 37 million people. Now it's adding another landmark.
You could literally live in Tokyo and just never see the entire city. That's crazy.
List, a super tall skyscraper that's built to withstand earthquakes. At 330 meters, the excitingly named Main Tower will be the tallest skyscraper
Main Tower
ever constructed in Japan.
Yeah.
Now, while
Japanese creativity
there,
there, guys.
Tokyo is one of the toughest places to build them. Disaster-proofing its infrastructure is quite literally a matter of life and death.
Next to Japan, where a magnitude 6.1 earthquake has struck Tokyo today.
A powerful earthquake measuring 5.9 in magnitude.
Many homes in Tokyo have lost power.
8.9 magnitude. It was the 5th largest earthquake in history.
As Tokyo's buildings get taller, the challenge of ensuring their safety gets harder. And the recent disaster in Turkey and Syria has been a horrific reminder of the devastation that can unfold when buildings collapse. So what exactly goes into building the tallest skyscraper in a city where earthquakes are more common than anywhere else? And what makes this new development different from all the rest?
Was there more UAPs
Before we
today?
get onto this cool building, you need a bit of context. Japan may be known for its cuisine and bullet trains, but earthquakes are also one of its most common occurrences. In fact, thousands of minor quakes are recorded each year. Most go unnoticed, but the fact is the country sits in one of the most seismically active zones in the entire world.
It does.
Tokyo itself sits right along what's known as the Pacific Ring of Fire. No, that's not the drinking game you played at uni. Scientifically speaking, the Ring of Fire is a zone where several of the Earth's continental and oceanic plates meet. In very simple terms, when the plates suddenly break or become displaced along those lines, an earthquake or volcanic activity occurs.
We are getting a clearer picture today of the destruction from Friday's earthquake, which Japan now says was a magnitude 9.
One of the strongest ever in Japan happened back in 2011. A magnitude 9 earthquake shook the area, later resulting in a tsunami. Both events destroyed thousands of buildings across the country and even a nuclear reactor. With such
it didn't destroy it. Their backup pumps tended to be underwater because they built them below the sea level. And for some reason they flooded, and then the backup pumps couldn't start, or the backup generators couldn't start to start the pumps to cool the reactor. Weird, huh?
Activity, Tokyo's buildings are all built to withstand earthquakes as best they can. It's complicated, so we asked an expert who, quite frankly, knows a lot more about this than I do to explain.
We don't actually design to a particular magnitude. We design to an acceleration. And so we look at the level of acceleration we're going to get from the largest earthquakes in the region and use that in our calculations. You've got the mass of the building, you've got the acceleration of the earthquake, and that gives you the lateral load on the building. And that's a very simplistic way of looking at how we come up with a
little country that doesn't have
and since 2011,
building standards
codes and technology have been strengthened even further. Because of all this history and those recent regs, the city hasn't built many tall skyscrapers.
I just think if there's an earthquake, you probably just want to run outside, right? And stand in the middle of a road or something. But then there's a tsunami, which will kill you, so you can't just go run outside.
Here, not structures like the
depending on where you live.
which is obviously much taller, but is classed differently to a building. More about that on our website. The current tallest building in Tokyo stands 255 meters above the city, but that's all about to change. Coming your way in 2023 is the main tower, which recently tops out. With 4 curved glass petals around its roof, the building is designed with a column-free open floor plan inside. It'll stand on a new urban development called the Toranomon Azabudi Project, or officially the Azabudi Hills, along with 2 other buildings called the East and West Towers. Seriously, work on the naming. The 8-hectare district includes ample green space, businesses, shops, and residential properties. And to remain sustainable, 100% of the supplied electricity will come from renewable sources. In total, the whole
Not really. It just means they pay more money for their electricity and then hope it comes from a green source, because there's a green source generating somewhere.
Will be earthquake resistant and serve as a place where up to 3,600 residents can flee to during a major natural disaster, even if a quake as strong as 2011 hits. But it won't just be a temporary place of shelter. The development is structured so businesses and life can carry on in the event that other areas are destroyed. Now, it's a special kind of line manager that asks you to keep working through an earthquake, but you get the idea.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great.
Now, real estate in big cities is normally a reliable investment, but these are not normal times. Just look to the US, where the New York market recently hit its lowest level since the 2008 financial crisis. Everyday Americans are feeling it too. The majority of people making 6 figures now live paycheck to paycheck, and a third of US households relied on credit cards to cover the cost of living in December. The way people invest is changing too. The typical stock-bond strategy lost an average of 25% last year, but experts found that when inflation is high, real assets like art can perform better than real estate and stocks.
Nope.
That's where Masterworks comes in. It lets you invest. Building an earthquake-resistant new area complete with skyscrapers would likely rattle most engineers. As the buildings get taller, so the stakes rise.
It needs a vertical system that can take the gravity weight of the building, and then it needs a secondary system that can accommodate the lateral loads. And buildings all around the world, be it in an earthquake zone or non-earthquake zone, have to accommodate for wind loading. If we're in an earthquake zone, We then also additionally have a lateral load, but it's a cyclic load. So it's one that's going backwards and forwards. And if we think of an analogy of a safety pin, if you twist that backwards and forwards, you do it too many times,
Pretty
eventually
cool.
it'll break. So we need to
Yeah, the building's
ensure
on
that
rollers,
we're
guys.
never in a situation where it will break, and ensuring that the building
Benching the
doesn't
rollers?
collapse.
But Japan knows how to take on the challenge. In all the towers, high-strength steel and concrete components will be used throughout, along with efficiently located vibration control devices that help to reduce shaking. One of these is a weighted device called the Active Mass Damper. It
Very
sits
cool.
near the
It's
top
like
of
a
the building
pendulum.
and will help reduce swaying due to high winds or shakes. But disaster-proofing a super tool takes more than just one giant damper. Other small components are also strategically placed throughout the building. Here's how they'll work. First up, we have oil dampers, mechanical devices that operate by using the fluid resistance of the substance to
absorbers.
absorb vibrations. Then there's viscous wall dampers. These use the resistance of a material with high viscosity, which in very simple terms means how much a liquid or gas can resist changes to its shape,
Pressure.
to absorb any movement. Finally, there's unbonded brace dampers, pieces of stretchable steel that can absorb some of the energy from an earthquake.
Pretty
But
neat.
reducing vibration isn't the only thing engineers have to consider. While these measures will save people's lives during a seismic event, the aftermath matters too.
There's a
Because
new UFO
disasters
today?
tend
New
to
UAP?
knock out power, the
UAP
Toronto
today.
Azabudi district has come up with a way to keep it running. A cogeneration system will be installed in the basement of the main tower. It'll be resistant to any source disruption, allowing the tower to supply electricity to the entire development for up to 72 hours. This could mean the daily lives of residents continuing with little interruption.
Someone said
And
there was
that's key,
in
because
another
this
chat I was
whole
looking at.
project has been heavily designed around its occupants. Architectural planning started by outlining the flow of people around the central square. Locations for the buildings was secondary.
Yesterday.
And by building taller and more compact skyscrapers, the Toronto Azabudi district is able to maximise green space and design necessities to be located within walkable distances. Its goal is to create spaces where residents can easily connect with each other. Now, Japan
a walled
has
garden for
previously used
affluent,
compact cities like
where they can
these
meet other
outside of
affluent
Tokyo
individuals,
as an attempt at economic
like
revitalization.
Dubai.
Toyama pushed this concept by renovating public transport, revitalizing its downtown, and creating a walkable city.
Yep.
The developers behind Toronto Azabudi
Rich
say
people
they're out to
love
create
their
a
walled
place that
gardens.
people can escape
They don't want to
to
associate
rather
with the
than flee
scum.
from. And if their main tower
Riff-raff
is a
guys.
success, then perhaps the
It's
wider
normal
country
people.
will continue to build taller in the years ahead. Last week's devastating events in Turkey and Syria are a powerful reminder of the faith we place in the engineers and construction teams who create our built environment every day.
Or lack thereof.
Where things do go wrong, it's important that we thoroughly investigate, establish the facts, hold people to account, and learn for future developments.
Nope, those businesses are gone. There's no accountability there. Yeah, they left the country the moment that happened.
Affected by the disaster. We'd encourage you to make a donation to Direct Relief.
It's for the
at the
earthquakes,
link
recent
below.
earthquakes.
You can learn more about Tokyo's new super tall skyscraper and the other topics on our channel over on the World's Best Construction podcast.
In fact, this country's been building
Available right now, wherever you get your
earthquake-resistant towers since pretty much the
And
medieval
as
era
always,
is
if you enjoyed
mind-blowing.
this video
Something they had to
and
deal
you want
with.
more from the definitive
Nope.
video channel for construction, make sure you're subscribed to the B1M.
Not really, they just have adapted nature around them. Just like the Dutch did for having dams for the last 500 years, okay. Adapting to nature by building dams, by building earthquake-resistant buildings. Why does he have upvotes? Who upvoted that shit? Maybe it's because it is complimenting the Dutch, so Dutch people upvoted it because they had Dutch in there. Well, why would you think the earthquake is caused by terrorists? Yeah, okay. I'm sure there was other communications with Turkey prior to the earthquake. Someone's probably taking a shit right as the earthquake struck too. That doesn't mean their shit caused the earthquake. I don't know what I'm going to do with that information. Good. All right. do our upload, guys. We're going to tweak a little bit more here tonight, guys. See if we can drop down my buffer setting more, which I said I was going to do last night, but I was enjoying myself so much we didn't actually get to it. Enjoyable. I had to get that baseline burned in, seared into memory, in case it just decides to disappear and walk away on me. Oh my god, I got views! See? Tim, Steve, or Chris, or whatever his name is, watched my videos. You thought that no one watches my videos. See, Chris is watching my video right now. He's like, shit, he's watching my channel. I gotta watch him watch my channel, and then respond to him watching my channel, without actually saying I'm watching his watching of my channel. Look at that. I have 2 views, 1 view, and 1 view. No one watches your YouTube videos. You're wrong. You're wrong. God's a terrorist, sure. God's a lot of things. Which could just be aliens. Oh, we got some lovely mail. What do we got going on here? Yep. You know what? It is still makes me annoyed, but basically saying you had bad luck during the match. Breakable. Parallels between. Any second chance. Person complained about running Strider on Spirit. Like you want to use another meta perks or something. It's 3 perks too easy. Can't be a smart killer. Yeah. Smart killer, Mr. Killer. Give me easy games, Plox. Do people say Plox anymore? Kids used to say Plox all the time. Party invites, non-stop message for multiple counts. I was running full on-game build, no ad, Blood Warden. No. Side Blood Warden has never worked for me. They're always just nowhere. I like this one though. Don't use NOAD because it basically is like saying you had bad luck or you were bad at the match and you wanted second chance. There's a lot of second chance perks for survivors. No one holds second chance perks for survivors accountable the same way they hold NOAD on killer accountable. Yeah, because it's not equal. It's not balanced. They aren't holding the other side accountable for their actions. It's just one side because double standards, hypocrisy, contradictions, it doesn't matter. Dead by Daylight is very survivor-sided, and it shows in how they think and act. COD just added something called demotion protection to the rank play. Any appetite for this in Overwatch account? After advancing to higher skill division, players will be granted temporary demotion protection and will not lose any SR within the first 3 games in the new division. Following that initial protection, if players are too close to SR to be demoted, they will first be dropped to the minimum threshold of their current skill division instead of being demoted. Losing their next match will result in demotion. Exactly how the MMR system. Overwatch, because of the 5.15. The game very well could have something. Want pink dragons, of course I do, for pink mercies. Very absurd. Hanzo, play the game. Best play of the game. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Good for him. Although that wasn't a play of the game, that was someone's save Pachi, which is why it showed the Overwatch logo at the end there. That wasn't actually a live Pachi. Because live does generally show Q Pachis. It will not show when you Q and get a really good play. It will only show it if it's not Q or you're shutting down someone's Q. Ultimate. Aimed your Reddits. There's a lot of people, guys, who are talking about the amount of UAPs or UFOs that are being spotted currently. And I like to point out every time this comes up that there is no formal, which is something we've talked about and we covered over the last 2 years. There's no formal reporting procedure for UAPs in the military up until 2021. There wasn't an agency that would keep track of UAPs. There's no Men in Black. There was no specialized agency that kept track of UAPs or UFOs. They renamed them to UAPs, which is just anything that's unidentified. Not little green men, just anything that's unidentified. Aerial phenomenon. And there was nothing to keep track of it. There's no formal reporting procedure. There's no one that was actually capable of, taking a report or something like that. And they were actively dissuaded from reporting stuff. And it really shows. It really fucking shows that now all of a sudden we actually have there is a way to report stuff, and they're surprised. They actually, when they talked about this, they said that they basically did not coordinate with civilians, like, FAA. Like, they didn't coordinate with anything where people were reporting unidentified objects, that people were just throwing it away. They're just throwing away intel. Up until 2021, they were throwing away intel. They literally just said, we don't know what this is. We aren't even going to talk about it. And then they didn't. It's like a government job in a nutshell right there. Absolutely fucking hilarious, guys. Like, ridiculous. Holy shit. Yeah. Amazing, guys. Absolutely fucking amazing. There's just no way. There's just no way for people to report it. And people were generally looked down as being crackpots if they ever saw something that was weird, since no one talked about it in the military. Up until 2020, 2021, when they formed... The congressional hearings on UAPs are a thing. You can go and look at them. Like Congress actually talked about. They had a hearing on UAPs, and they established an organization, which I think is the AARO, like Arrow, is their organization for it now. Did I get that right? Yeah. Broken AARO. Yeah. 2 years. 2 fucking years! 2 years! World War II was like, what, 80 years ago? Yeah. 2 years. 2 years in which they finally started tracking unidentified objects over the U.S. And up until recently, their radar, they were talking about this, their radar, like they filter out basically objects, and objects that don't match, like high-speed objects that are like aerial nature, are just tuned out, because they could be just, it's like noise, so then they just tune out data points. Yeah. They didn't call them filters. It's basically filtering, though. They have a name for it internally. They're just like throwing away data because it didn't match anything that they're supposed to report. Yeah. Association of American Residents Overseas. That's not it. All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Arrow. Made a random symbol. Good. After classified briefing yesterday, Rubio added, so there was a classified briefing for people in Congress now, so the public can't hear about it. 95% of what was discussed behind closed doors could be disclosed to the public American people. He further said that he believed that Arrow is being underutilized in response to these incidents. 95% makes you wonder about that other 5%. Here, let's go over this. This where's Charles?
Google Cloud.
The US military and US intelligence community are still trying to sort out the details about 3 objects that remain unidentified days after they were shot down in different areas within American and Canadian airspace.
There's a couple of them.
One organization has remained noticeably absent from much of the official disclosures about the responses to these incidents, the Pentagon's fledgling All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARO. This is both conspicuous and curious since this office was created specifically to focus on issues relating to so-called unidentified areas.
Utter incompetence. There's no other way to look at this, guys. Utter fucking incompetence.
Aerial phenomena, or UAPs.
Fits.
Readers of the Warzone can first get up to speed about the 3 objects that were shot down between February 10th and February 12th in our recent reporting here. These incidents followed the monitoring of what has been identified as a Chinese surveillance balloon as it transited airspace over the United States and Canada, which was then brought down over U.S. territorial waters in the Atlantic Ocean on February 4th. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters during a routine briefing yesterday that the U.S. intelligence community had yet to make any final assessments and that efforts to recover the remains of the objects were still ongoing. The day before, John Kirby, the top spokesperson for President Joe Biden's National Security Council, NSC, announced the creation of a new working group to study the broader policy implications for detection, analysis, and disposition of unidentified aerial objects that pose either safety or security risks. Part of the work that this NSC-led team, helmed by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, is expected to undertake will include just getting a better handle on the full extent of benign high-altitude aerial activity over the United States. That seems all fine and well, under the circumstances, but there is just one major problem. A dedicated office just for this exact purpose was already stood up, and with significant fanfare, the RO. We were not alone in being puzzled over this contradiction, either. Why is the White House creating a new, interagency team to monitor, investigate and report on unidentified aerial objects when we already have a DOD_RO which we helped create over 2 years ago? Marco Rubio, a Republican senator from Florida, who has been an outspoken advocate for taking UAP sightings seriously from a national security perspective, wrote on Twitter in response to the news about the new NSC-led group.
Yeah.
After a classified briefing yesterday, Rubio
Fucking
added that he believed that
guys.
95% of what was discussed behind closed doors could be disclosed to the American people. He further said he believed that RO was being underutilized in response to these incidents. RO was established last year with the stated goal of becoming a centralized, authoritative office within the Defense Department for all things related to UAPs. Congress included provisions intended to strengthen and expand its mandate in the Annual Defense Policy Bill, or National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, for the 2023 fiscal year, as you can read more about here. The Warzone has reached out to the Pentagon and to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, for more information about AARO's involvement in these recent aerial incidents. We do know that AARO's Director Sean Kirkpatrick was among those that briefed members of Congress on the overall situation yesterday. Regardless, Senator Rubio's basic question about why there was a need for President Biden to direct the establishment of a new policy-focused interagency team in response to the recent incidents if RO already exists as just such an entity is certainly valid. This is especially so given years of assurances from various elements of the U.S. military that they have finally been taking the UAP issue more seriously. Per public statements, RO is focused on refining and centralizing policies and procedures for tracking, reporting, and analyzing UAP-related incidents within the Department of Defense. It is also responsible for maintaining a centralized repository of relevant data and conducting additional intelligence assessments. The office's full duties, as outlined in Section 1683 of the fiscal year 2022 NDAA, are
Okay. Lots of quoting.
Based on all this, RO would certainly appear, at least in principle, to have an important role to play in the response to the recent aerial intrusions in US and Canadian airspace. The office's duties seem relevant to the response to the trio of still unexplained objects, as well as the one that has been categorized and attributed as a Chinese government spy balloon. That balloon is reportedly part of a larger Chinese high-altitude intelligence program dating back many years. The war zone for years has called attention to this likely reality, laying out a particularly detailed case back in 2021 for why many UAP sightings are more likely to be balloons or drones being used by foreign powers for intelligence gathering and other malign purposes. AARO's most recent annual UAP report to Congress, produced together with ODNI's National Intelligence Manager for Aviation, NIMA, had already provided further evidence of this. Of 366 newly catalogized UAP incidents in 2022, 163 were assessed to be balloon or balloon-like, and 26 more were determined to be unmanned aircraft systems, UAS, or UAS-like entities, according to an unclassified version of that report.
Out of 366, so there's still like 100.
At the same time, there are strong indications that a slew of legal, policy, procedural,
Are China
and
satellites
other
working?
hurdles
I don't
may be
know. I don't know why they use
impacting
balloons.
ARO's ability to contribute
I'm
to
not
the
sure.
responses to these kinds of
So
aerial
like
incidents,
the
which reflect
kind of
broader
recoil
issues.
to the balloon thing is
One, Congress has
satellites
already
can just do
admitted
whatever
that the
balloons
office
can
is
do
currently
better
underfunded,
for the most part.
which occurred as a result
Obviously,
of some kind of
cloudiness isn't as
budgeting
big of
or
an issue.
accounting error.
Cloud cover isn't as big of an
Senator
issue, but I don't
Kirsten
think it matters.
Gillibrand, a New York Democrat, said in an interview that the inadequate funding level was a mistake in the appropriations process that Congress uses to allocate federal funds, attributing the error to an apparent miscommunication, according to a report yesterday from the Wall Street Journal. Ms. Gillibrand couldn't say exactly how much money ARO needs, calling it classified. She said she and Mr. Rubio plan to send a letter to the Defense Department, asking for money to be reappropriated to fund the office fully for this year. However, they have the funding to do what needs to be done now, Rubio told the Journal. But we're going to have to correct the error, so they can continue their work to the end of the year. We can't provide budgetary information on ARO as the Military Intelligence Program budget is classified, Susan Goff, a spokesperson for the Office of the Secretary of Defense, told the War Zone in December 2022 in response to more general questions about the office. Similarly, for operations security reasons, we don't comment on AARO's staff or organization. ARO is a small office, but it is growing quickly to meet its mission. AARO's team is a mix of military and civilian employees, as well as contractors, Goff added. The team combines a wide range of expertise in data collection, research and analysis, operations, and technical skills. AARO's place within the Department of Defense and as a component of its overarching military intelligence program may well be the bigger issue at play in relation to the recent incidents. The U.S. military is legally prohibited from conducting intelligence gathering operations domestically outside of acting in supporting roles to civilian agencies. This is something the War Zone has touched on in the past in relation to U.S. border security matters. So as far as the recovering, the Chinese spy balloon and the other objects, technically the FBI has the lead under counterintelligence authorities, U.S. Air Force Glenn Van Herk, head of U.S. Northern Command,
Crazy. Lots of red tape,
NORTHCOM,
guys.
and the U.S. Canadian North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, explained during a press conference on February 12. They're embedded with DOD because we have the resources to enable them to conduct the operations. I would point out, and I think it's important to talk about, is, day to day we do not have the authority to collect intelligence within the United States of America, Van Herk had also noted at a press conference on February 6. In this case, specific authorities were granted to collect intelligence against the balloon specifically, and we utilized specific capabilities to do that. This reality may also help explain, at least in part, the apparent secondary role that the National Air and Space Intelligence Center, NASIC, looks to be playing in the response to these incidents. Though a part of the U.S. Air Force, NASIC serves as the main source for foreign air and space threat analysis for the entire Department of Defense. Altogether, the recent aerial incidents
A lot of
over
people
the
stepping on
United
each other's
States
dicks,
and
guys.
Canada have certainly raised questions about AARO's overall role and exactly how it functions in the context of broader UAP-related intelligence efforts. By all indications, it is exposing a need to further define its duties and its relationship to other stakeholders across the U.S. government, as well as the various legal authorities, policies, and procedures that govern its work. Concerns about the timely sharing of intelligence between members of the USIC, or lack thereof, are hardly new. Recent events have prompted separate questions about whether some kind of intelligence failure has occurred with regard to the Chinese balloon surveillance program. After the Chinese spy balloon was shot down, General Van Hoek very candidly admitted that there had been a domain awareness gap with regard to those activities for many years. US military officials had since disclosed that there is now increased security of North American airspace following the shootdown of the Chinese surveillance balloon, including tweaks to data collection parameters on various air defense radars.
Yep. I.e., they just tuned out the information. They just filtered out the information. That is hilarious. Failure, utter incompetence, guys. Long article.
The wealth of additional information this has generated is presenting challenges for the US military and others, who are now scrambling to assess the data. We don't fully appreciate and understand what we're seeing, US Air Force Chief of Staff General Charles Q. Brown told a gathering at the Brookings Institution think tank on Monday. In many ways, this would seem to help explain President Biden's decision to establish a new top-level working group at the NSC to try to get a better sense of the various policy implications that are becoming painfully apparent. As the identification and attribution of the Chinese spy balloon make clear, at least some of these intrusions are not benign. While the current circumstances might call into question AARO's specific value, at least in its current guise, it does underscore a need for organizations like this and for better coordination between them. AARO, with its unique knowledge base and repository of existing data, would seem well suited to be further empowered to lead this charge. Its core duties already include mandates to try to determine whether UAP incidents are actually part of larger trends that could lead back to adversarial actors. Just working to compare the objects detected and engaged in recent days with the many cases they already have information on could be key. Whatever AARO or any other US government offices haven't been doing, there is an entirely separate set of questions building around the Biden administration's overall responses to these incidents and matters of transparency and disclosure. For instance, American officials had enough information about the broader Chinese spy balloon program to give at least some members of Congress classified briefings on the matter. However, no apparent changes were made to the country's air defense posture, including the radar settings, until last week. The official reasoning, which seems questionable, is that the prior Chinese spy balloon overflights of U.S. territory somehow didn't warrant any action, at least with regard to North American airspace.
Interesting.
The briefings to Congress last year were done, I believe, through intelligence channels. And again, that was intelligence that was better understood much retrospectively based on elements of the equation that they were discovered after the fact. Melissa Dalton, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs, told reporters during a press briefing on February 12. Then the high-altitude balloon from the PRC that was shot down last weekend was categorically different than the prior high-altitude balloons because it transited the entire continental United States. And on that basis, we determined that we needed to enhance our radar. Furthermore, there are clear indications
because
that
they kept track of all the other objects that did that.
To avoid having to address the spy balloon incursion earlier this month publicly, only holding its first press conference on the matter following sightings of it over Montana. This was days after it was first detected in U.S. airspace. Furthermore, U.S. officials reportedly believed that the balloon was originally aimed at Guam and/or Hawaii, but was blown off course. The New York Times reported today that, after the situation erupted publicly, Chinese officials privately attempted to placate their American counterparts about the spy balloon by promising to speed it out of American airspace. Needless to say, the Biden administration's overall public messaging about the Chinese spy balloon and the 3 unidentified objects that were subsequently shot down has been, at the very best, inconsistent in tone and candor. Many people, intentionally or otherwise, have been given the impression that a couple of weeks ago, our skies were clear. And then, all of a sudden, we have spy balloons and other unidentified flying objects raining down on us like confetti, Senator John Kennedy, a Louisiana Republican, told reporters yesterday after receiving a classified briefing on the situation. That is not accurate. These objects have been flying over us for years, many years. We've known about those objects for many years, he continued. We're not sure that we've known about all of them, but we've known about many of them.
Oh yeah?
Except for the Chinese spy balloon, We don't know what they are.
Yeah, we know about a lot of them. We just never had any way of reporting them, so we never talked about them or even acknowledged them or even kept track of them. Yeah, all right, dude. Jesus Christ. Gross incompetence, guys. Everything that happens with UAPs, gross incompetence since 2020. Yeah. And this is growing pains with any new government agency. There's a lot of government agencies, guys, that are like ingrained to the point where they don't change because it's a hassle to change, and there's a lot of people that are just sitting on a cushy job. It's going to take a while for AAR to
All
integrate.
told, well beyond RO, it seems very likely that more changes to how intelligence is collected and shared about UAPs, and how they are treated after entering U.S. territorial airspace, will need to come now.
Yep. That's good. That's good, though. Something like this means that Arrow might actually get more authority, and they actually might be able to do something and collect data better. Collecting data is a big deal, but collecting intelligence on the U.S. is one of those things where you can't, like, illegal wiretapping and stuff like that. You can't do that, although there's a law or something that allows them to do it. The FBI to do that. Okay. Interesting stuff, guys. That's a pretty good take on it, by the way, because Arrow does exist, and it has existed for a while. It's just, I guess, not really doing anything right now. July 2022, DOD announces the establishment of Arrow. There's two other organizations prior to this, which were Special Task Force, which were supposed to do UAP stuff. And they kind of sort of did, and then they just disappeared. Yeah. Hey, look, Arrow exists now, guys. July 20th, 2022. Okay. They don't even have someone to man their accounts. I wonder if they even have the password. All right. All right. I'm gonna wash my coffee cup, guys. Grab a soda. I will be right back. 1 second, and we'll get into things here. Alrighty, guys. I have a little NVMe heatsink I got, which I think I'm gonna put on right now. Got this guy. Web browser. Oh! Fuck. Thumbsticks. size. Bottom piece, and then a top piece, which is a heatsink. Give you one extra piece. Case, unless it's for something. Not bad for a $10 heatsink. I thought it was going to be a piece of shit, and it's not really. Together like that. I don't know if you guys can see the little blue sandwich in the center there. There you go. That, and the NVMe drive goes in the center. Then it transfers heat through the little heatsink. Better than nothing. You have to film on these? There it is. Weird if there wasn't. Bunch of little tiny screws. Now the question is, can I get my old NVMe drive out? It's underneath the CPU. Can I get it out without taking out my GPU? I think I have to take out my GPU. I don't think there's any other way of doing it without taking out my... which I don't really want to do, but here we are. I don't think I can... Maybe I can't even access it with taking it out. I can, guys. Instructions. Yep, that's exactly what I was going to do. You guys feel good? Good. Actually, I don't even think I need to take out my video card. By the way, guys, One Piece is pretty fucking fantastic. It's kind of a shame that you have to watch 800 episodes for it to finally get good. Well, it's pretty fucking good. Combination of fucking hilarious slapstick humor and then extremely serious moments at the same time. I've seen no other series that does it as well as One Piece does. Okay. I'm gonna put down my computer here, guys. You're gonna be on my laptop for a bit. Don't worry, baby girl, I got you. I got you, baby girl. Alrighty. Got it out, guys. A little bit dusty. We can fix that. There it is. Look at that. Please don't use my serial number to RMA and NVMe drive. I think I'm going to upgrade to the PCIe 5.0 drives when they come out, whenever that happens. Up till then, I'm not really worried. Isopropyl. What'd you guys do with my isopropyl? I found it. What? You guys just thought I used the tissue for fapping? No. Actually works pretty good. If you don't have cotton swabs, it works pretty good for electronics. The label on these are supposed to be partially thermally conductive. They're supposed to function like a heatsink. Like Samsung has a patent on it, and I don't think they work worth shit. But supposedly they're supposed to be pretty good. According to Samsung, right? You also have to be careful because sometimes the isopropyl alcohol can dissolve the labels. That's not something you want to encounter because that has your serial number and all your shit on it for RMAs. Downside of using tissue is you get little pieces of fuzz on it, but it's not a big deal. That big. Alrighty. Better? I think so. Good. Yeah. Map is there supposed to be out? What eloquently? Hmm. You'll align it all the way as far down as it goes. Worst thing is if you put it in and it gets stuck. Far out. Form factor, so you assume they would have tested it out. It is Chinesium, so there's that. It had good reviews on it. Doesn't actually. The thermal pad does not cover the entire board. What? There's some chips there that don't have coverage. Good. That's fine, right? Don't worry about it. Diodes, I'm sure they won't get hot. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Status update. Bottom, because hopefully that'll allow it on. That doesn't sit flat, but that's because the chips aren't flat, so. Now, hopefully, as I mentioned, I hope there's enough room to seat that. Because if there's not enough room to seat that, or if I have to try really hard, it's going to piss me off. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Now I got to screw it on. I have the right size bit. Let's find out together. Oh. Answer my own question. I do not have the right size bit. Different size screws than the one I took off. Truth be told, you probably don't even need to screw it on. I think the thermal pad will probably hold it on, but I'm going to do that. Love the screwdriver. Fucking phenomenal. Tips were more magnetic, though. Guys, technically they're there to hold the bottom piece to the top piece, so the heat transfers. Use all of them. Yeah. Ah, they even give me an extra little screw. No way. No way they give me 7. Wow. High-end Chinesium, guys. It doesn't even have a brand. This is like MJQ 432 or something like that as their brand name. Look at that. Look at that. They gave me an extra screw in case I lose one. Amazing. Do I need to do this, by the way? Probably not. Most motherboards actually have a built-in heatsink, although it's usually pretty shit. Mine does, and it's on the wrong slot. It's on the one that hangs off the chipset for some reason. There we go. And you can see that it angles down. That's because the chip's internally angled down. The back ones here are higher up than the front ones are. So it's just going to... Oh no, my OCD! I know, it's okay. Luckily, there's a little bit of gap there, so it's designed to angle. Very nice. Whether or not it actually snaps in properly, that's the fun part. That's the fun part coming up here, guys. For some reason, the bigger tip is magnetized and the smaller one is not. Yeah, well, here we go. That could have been a lot worse. Actually, had plenty of room on the finger side. Still took some finagling to get in there, though. Protected? That's always good. I'll give you a little screwdriver, too. This guy. Use it. It might even make... Is it magnetized? Oh my god, it is. It's too small, though. Like, it doesn't have the length. You know, sometimes you need some length. You need some length, right? And it just doesn't hit the right spot. And that's where this guy comes in. Where you go, look at that. Look at that! And I actually needed to use the extendo length, guys, to get all the way in there underneath my other heatsink. I need to use the extendo length. Because I have a D15, an NH D15. He needs it deep. Nice little kit. Right. Gonna do.
Yo, how's it going, guys? NMX.
Going good. How's it going? It is going lovely. Happy Wednesdays, guys. Huh. Ideally, by the way, we are not actually trying to improve my performance here. That's not the reason I got it. It's to prevent drops from thermal throttling. Well, welcome to earlier NVMe drives, guys. So the second drive temp, when I'm doing this, by the way, got up to like 95 before. Let's put the case side panel back on. Takes a little bit for things to heat up. That'll happen. $45? Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Maybe we can make this a little bit more exciting here. Let's get her nice and toasty, shall we? Let's get her nice and toasty. Yes. Mm-hmm. Seven. Current. So this is cooking my video card right now, which will dump 300 watts of heat into the case. Which should, it's not going to be exactly the same because my CPU is not being used. And I think there's a setting for CPU 2 in here. This is why I repasted, because there's this guy in here too. But my GPU temperature in general isn't that hot. Watts, guys. Chugging along. So drop the drive temperature 2, which is not the DRAM. The drive temperature 2 is an ASIC. It's basically, I think it's the controller or it's a thermistor on the board itself. Basically a temperature sensor on the board itself. I don't know which it is. Oh, it just shit itself. Good. Egg. Trimming it while running a benchmark on it. Yeah. I remember being excited to get these kind of numbers with a RAID 3 array of SCSI drives. Not even close. He was maxing out like 750. This is PCIe 3.0, I believe? 2.0, 3.0? One of the two. Card's getting toasty. Little bit toasty, guys. Drive temperature still going up. It's like 20 Celsius better than what it used to be, though, so. It's not. I don't know what the thermal throttle threshold is for NVMe drives. I do eventually throttle. Notice how after I did trim, it actually works. It's better now. The numbers are better. $10, not bad, guys. Not bad, and they have all sorts of different colors. See, they have like red. I see if I could do a red one. I should have got a red one, and I didn't. It's like blacks. Black matches everything, which means it basically matches nothing. Matches everything and nothing all at once. Oh yeah, she's nice and warm. Throttling. Yep. Throttle's at 88. $65 is the hottest it's gone so far. Not too bad. And the DRAM package is 47. Yeah. Bad at all. Like I said, but it dropped my temperatures on my drive by about 20 Celsius, 25 Celsius. 20 Celsius. I think before I got up to 91. That was without running my GPU too. 92. It was up there. And when I was playing games, I think it got up to 74 or 84. Actually, I think it was 84. $10. Not bad. Nice little heatsink. Pretty sure it's better than the one I have built into my motherboard too. The one I have built in my motherboard is just a strip of metal. So, surprise! For some strange reason, motherboard manufacturers have not learned that you put heats, like you fin metal to make it dissipate heat. They do on their power management, the VRM cluster, but they don't on. Not bad. Oh, 77. This must update at select intervals. The drive temperature, it must update at select intervals. Let's keep going. It doesn't update all the time. Maybe it's every couple minutes. Cooking my case, guys. Cooking my CPU. Cooking my GPU. Oh, yeah, baby. Looks like read activity is going down. Could mean it's throttling. Not her. Getting higher. It's getting higher. Do I actually think this is going to matter? Probably not. There is something to be said about stutters caused by thermal throttling. Hard drives are so fast right now, usually you don't notice it unless there's some sort of streaming texture bullshit going on. In which case it can cause hiccups in games, but other than that, it's not usually an issue, so. See what our new temperature's at. It must be maybe because the drive is so occupied it doesn't respond to temperature requests until it finishes benchmark. Still the same. Must be based on like a utilization, like it just doesn't have time to respond, so it drops it. Ooh, it's getting up there. That took a while, though. Probably could get up to 92. I think that's where it generally sits before it starts throttling, last time I checked. Cooking. This took, what, 3 drive tests to do this, so that's enough for everyday use. And my video card's running at 300 watts, too. Which also never happens. Wonder what triggers an update for Smart Read stats. Okay. Enough of this, guys. Good. Fun. Fun. I said fun. It's fun, guys. Fun, fun, fun. Fun, fun, fun. Okay, we're going to do some games here, and see how my mouse is working tonight, and then we're going to do some adjustments and tweaking again. Uh-huh. Okay. Alrighty. See what our new game is like. First game, not new game. New game of the night. First game of the night.
Welcome to Japan. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero. We will dig them out. Bonjour. Ah, Reinhardt. Answering the recall is not my idea of hanging it up.
I had to show. Otherwise, your life would be far too easy.
And what a shame that would be.
All right. Let's cam off for the first game. We've been having some poor luck with our first game, so.
We all have to put in the work.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Widowed instantly?
Stop the pain.
Yes.
Enemy
Oh. I love playing against cheating widows on this game. To eat off the back. We'll see if it is true, though. Ours killed theirs right away. Nom 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 nom.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard. I see an enemy. I am empowered. Establishing area position.
Mercy just went to sleep. Oh, my missile didn't go off. The fuck is that shit? I E'd, where'd it go? She ate my missile. I swear it didn't look like her defense matrix was on.
Heroes never die. En route. Healing fortified.
It's high time.
Hey, buddy. Bye, buddy. Save me, Reinhardt. Okay. He just fucked off. I went to regroup, and he fucked off.
I see an enemy.
What the fuck is our Reinhardt doing? Fuck is a widow? Got the med kit already. Uh-huh. She is on top of fucking Mercy's D. I was trying to get her out of there by allowing her to Guardian Angel to me, and then she got stuck anyways. Because Diva knew what she was doing. Widow again.
Let's show him something.
Constantly on my D, we need people that take care of the Widow, or we're getting locked in our fucking triangle of fuckage here. Still not sure whether or not the Widow's cheating or not. Hey, buddy. I missed. And the diva is the Widow. Mercy again. Holy fucking shit. Like, I literally fucking can't not pay attention to the Widow, and my team gets steamrolled by a diva alone with no support. The fuck is going on here? Team, the fuck is this shit? Like, I literally need to keep pressuring the Widow. And they're like, oh, let's all just die to the diva. They have, like, healers, too. What the fuck's going on there? Oh. Wasn't the right call. And they just got fucking res, because they can't baby 5 things at once. It's like we're literally missing teammates here, guys. I fed. You're a fucking moron. That's literally the only one. Let's look at our stats here, guys. You're a fucking moron. Like, people that only look at deaths as an indicator of how good you do in a match are fucking dumbasses. Hey, look, guys. We can't look at the stat and scoreboard from the last match because for some reason it's broken. Okay. Let's instead look at my personal stats, which tells us absolutely nothing. Yeah, I was literally the only one with double-digit limbs and with a significant amount of damage in our team. It doesn't matter how many deaths you have, it's what you do during the match that determines whether or not you're feeding or not. It's not how many deaths you have, because the deaths don't fucking matter. If you're a tank, they do, because you're not spending time on the field. But once again, even then, you could possibly make an argument for the tank literally just killing off the entire team and then dying. Dumb shit. Oh. Also, we have to report the Widow. Maybe not. Literally had to pay attention constantly to the fucking Widow. And the moment I don't, there's another guy that's on my dick. Yeah, it's like literally someone that's just butthurt about me doing well, and then attempting to try and make themselves look better and feel better about their life. While the rest of our team literally got ran over. And no, it wasn't a pharmacy. I only got healed a couple times in there, and they weren't constantly on me. Like, 50% of that match was a pharmacy. Like when I was pressuring the Widow at the doorway and there's no one healing me, and the D.Va was running over 3 of our teammates at the same time, including our tank, at the same time. Unbelievable.
Forget regulation. After this mission, I'm throwing a party.
Close one.
5,
I don't know, guys.
4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
I was thinking about that more, and it's definitely weird, but then sometimes you just miss all of her fucking shots, and then all of a sudden she hits all of her shots. Hopefully there's some consistency between players. They just killed their team, our entire team. Fucking thing of my stuff. When I looked away, I think they thought, like, it looked like they're, yeah. I didn't go inside because I'm pretty sure they're going to try and pamper or baby the medkit. Rest. Shut the fuck up, Tracer. Is he literally just pointing out fucking everything? Ran away. Oh my god, the timing. I don't think that was even a response to my Q. Just got too close to her. So it didn't even really hurt her, so it wasn't because of her health.
We're outnumbered. Be advised.
What the fuck is this? Why the fuck there's so many people over here? No one's at their point. Why are they there? Okay. I expected to find the Genji alone. There's the Me Too Farah. Oh my fucking god. That was the Widow.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Fuck off, monkey. And out of ammo.
Shake it off.
My servants never run away.
Jesus fucking Christ. I still have this fucking shit to worry about. No. Jesus fucking Christ. Why the fuck where are my missiles going? And got him. Is that the right call? We'll see. Fucking hit the Mercy instead of the Pharah. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. Wrong category. Oh my god, good evening, KSA, and thank you. That's what I forgot to do. What a nice guy. This is where I decide not to go inside the hallway. Holy fucking shit. I don't know if I did 1% to that match. It did not feel quite on. Thank you, and good evening.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude.
Good. Holy shit, guys. Whew. At least I'm hitting mid-airs now, but that totally did not feel correct at some points there. Like, where I was aiming was not exactly where it felt like I was aiming. It was throwing me off. Either that or my missiles were coming out slow. I don't know. I didn't really look at the pings there. I didn't really pay attention. Like, the Widow, I think our team was doing a pretty good job taking care of the Widow. They basically left me so I had to take care of the Pharah. And Pharah's not a counter to Pharah, as I mentioned before. I still believe they'll take that to the grave.
Ah, my hero.
Echo is the counter to Pharah.
Flying armor.
That's what I'm going for. Taking off.
I'll protect you, friends.
I am empowered.
Let's go. I've got a few new inventions.
Oh, you know what we forgot to do? Oh my god, okay. Right, well, fuck that. I know everyone's gonna be angry about that. Jesus Christ. I actually think this does help a lot, just like in Dead by Daylight this does, and you shouldn't need to do this in a competitive first-person shooter. Doing that... track people in combat. Sure. Just a little bit. Just the tip, guys. Just the tip. Not a lot. Just the tip. And then also wrong category. Didn't turn on VRB either. I was thinking about turning on VRB last match, but also didn't change my graphical settings, so. I also need to figure out whether or not maybe I have my buffers turned down too far, and I'm actually getting some errors, because that will happen. Takes a while, though.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
If you ever need help, just fly to me, Angela.
This crusade is getting out of hand.
Did I do reduce buffering
How many
today?
times have you
Oh
told
my
me that?
god.
How many times have I been wrong?
Gotta love HDR and lens flare and blur. Oh my god. All at once. That's so much fun, Blizzard. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Hey, buddy. I don't know if you can actually blow those up. No, only Ash can blow them up for some reason. I don't know why. Oh my god, Mercy. Well, yeah, there's Mercy. There's Mercy, by the way. Oh my god, they just killed our entire team. Okay. Going in? Going in? No, that didn't work. Oh, our tank decided that she wasn't going to go in. Or Doomfist, apparently. For whatever fucking reason. And I didn't look down when I went in. Oh. I should just started overtime. I thought about it, and I did it too late.
Always more to learn. Repositioning.
The name's Cassidy.
Free it. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my fucking god. And Genji might be cheating. That aside. Yeah. Good.
Returning to battle.
Literally standing next to the Mercy. No heals.
Aerial positioning underway. Here it comes.
And Anna is very accurate, if you guys haven't noticed that, about partway into the match. I don't know why she's rezzing me. Looks like we got some toggles after we ran over them at the beginning of the match. We're just going to waste my ult here, because I don't think we're going to be able to do this otherwise. Oh. I'm pretty sure Anna toggled. Is where the majority of this is coming from.
Making another approach.
Genji. Where's Anna? There she is. There she goes. There he goes. Genji's definitely cheating. So, it's both toggles after we basically team wiped them in their spawn, and for the first 2 minutes of the match, and they toggled on. All right. Fun. You'll get that. Okay. And Cabo. Genji, both the same icons too. We didn't notice any wall looking with Anna. It was with Genji. Next game. You'll get that, guys. Fun. And if you guys didn't notice, there was no contest in any way, shape, or form once this started happening, right? Just took 2 people toggling on to completely change the flow of the game. And we didn't get a single defense up. There is no defense in any way, shape, or form after the first point. Fucking cheating pieces of shit. Gotta love them. Good. By the way, it's not like they're playing... I think that Genji was playing a hit scan, too. So it's not like he was playing a bad character. And it's not like the Anna was playing a bad character. Difference is their aim got a lot better, as did their ability usage. Weird, out of nowhere. The same exact moment. Good for them. Regardless of my accuracy, guys, cheating still exists in the game, as it turns out. It's fucking sitting next to the fucking Mercy while she was healing someone, and like her mind was turned off. I was literally sitting there. And then I hit X and she flew away. Like, holy fucking shit.
Strike from above.
Have I seen you before? It's possible. I've passed through Junkertown once or twice.
You're the one who kicked
I think the Genji was even playing Genji prior to that, too. Like, he was actually playing that character. Just all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he just started killing her entire team over and over and over again. Very weird, huh? Imagine that, guys. Imagine having a sicko mode that's tied to a button. You just push a button and it turns on sicko mode. Weird, huh? Sounds like you can download something that does that. Unbelievable. Mako. Damn it, Mercy. Tried to get around the corner. Multiple people trying to kill me there. pushed the button, nothing came out. Oh, that felt good. Ash. Knew exactly where I was sitting there. Good. You can shoot through the slats. This is like the ultimate anti-cheat test right here, guys. Because some cheats will not lock to anything other than your chest or head. So if it's not exposed, they won't actually. No reinforcements for you! She could have ran in and teleported to the diva. And potentially helped out there, but they didn't. Lovely. Isn't that a lot better, guys? Wow. Wow-wee, not having cheaters on the enemy team makes things a lot easier. Well, we say that now. Round 2, fateful round 2. Let's see if it happens. Instead, we got people leaving. I don't think I had a heal bot either. We got healed on occasion by Mercy, though. I was low. Unrelated to me playing Pharaoh. No. Why would you do that? There's me too, Pharaoh. And then a McCree. Turn on Ice Scorch mode. Oh my god, Mercy. Okay, now what I'm looking for. God, I want a fucking new monitor. Both those felt like they should have hit, and they didn't.
Returning to battle. Increasing altitude. I will not waste this opportunity. Aerial positioning underway.
And the solo ult, just for me.
Shake it off. Up and away.
Right when I showed up, guys. You know her? Yes, he is. And it looks like he's cheating. Ha! Literally called that. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude. Oh, fuck off. Oh my fuck. Like, what the fuck is the point of switching to the tank? You're not even fucking going in. He's still sitting in spawn? Jesus Christ. Yeah, good job, Tank. He switched twice, wasted all the time, and then went in after our team.
Score 1-1. Finally, a real challenge.
Believable. I'm just not gonna go in because I don't think we're gonna win this. I'm actually playing the most important role in the game. I don't want to do this anymore. Fuck off. Don't play tank then.
There is always room for improvement.
Unbelievable. Really play a support or a DPS if you don't want to play tank.
We can do this if we fight hard and smart.
The Pharaoh. Yeah, he knows when I fucking don't look at him. He's definitely cheating, by the way. Thank you. Not sure why they swapped off the Pharah, because that seemed to be helping them. Actually, I don't know if the Pharah actually did anything. It was the McCree last match.
Returning to battle.
God, why does it not work? Uh-huh. He just shot me in the face over the tiny little lip there. This guy's 100% cheating, as I mentioned.
Shake it off.
That was round 2 toggle. Pharah. Jesus fucking Christ, where the fuck are my missiles going? Okay. Holy fucking shit. Cannot hit a flick shot for the life of me on that Pharah. This guy... That's not what we're looking for. He did miss a couple times. I take that back when he went out the door. But he could have also been shooting other characters. We don't know.
Welcome to Oasis.
Very weird. Hope we aren't regressing.
I see your sneakers. You meet the basketball courts later.
Sure, but I don't play without stakes.
Likewise. What are you willing to lose?
Oh, Farah-chan, I've never lost.
What's up?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Mercy on call.
And 2 tapped. What a lovely name he has, too.
Aerial positioning underway.
And McCree again. I'm pretty sure we got a toggle. Yeah. Yes, we do. There's another guy that toggles. Good. Unbelievable.
Establishing aerial position. Switchy dot over there.
Stop being immortal.
What's up?
Yeah, this guy's 100% cheating. Yeah, but their tank's dead now, so worked out for me. Q, you're gonna die, but I took out their tank, and that's what matters. Plus, our team just dies to their tankless team, which would be sad. Which actually looks like what's happening right now. This guy's definitely cheating, as I mentioned. Instead of going for the healers, which is what you should be doing, I guess it means you need to just kill this guy over and over and over again, or attempt to at least.
Always more to learn.
I'm with you.
Taking off. Thanks for being here.
That's not what I mean, that. Motherfucker. There. Holy fucking shit. Make it. Fucking McCree again.
Shake it off.
The name's Curtin.
Establishing aerial position. I will not waste this opportunity. I see an enemy.
Buddy, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Get him? Maybe. Oh, rolled in at the end. Good.
All systems nominal.
Like 2 minutes into round 1.
Justice reigns from above.
Good.
Score.
Haha.
0.
Literally just have to try and kill the McCree, and that's it. There's no other way of doing it. Regardless of positioning or whatever else is happening on the team. You have a cheating McCree, and the only thing I can do is either try and avoid him by line of sighting, which he just basically goose steps up and tries to step on my dick, or you have to kill him and die, and or die while trying to do so. Good, good.
Capture the objective.
Up and away.
There he is again. No. That's not what we want to kill. There he is. I could have just flown over the edge, too. Thought I was going to go down and under. She just went over when I got booped.
Aerial positioning underway.
Different guy. Still understand why I can't boost myself anymore by aiming down and using my ability. No.
Enemy over here. Up and away. Be killed over there. Really, the sky is not the limit.
Fucking Christ. Trying to door tech him?
Aerial positioning underway.
Yep.
I'm back. Over there.
Good. What a nice guy. Oh my god, thank the healers. Good.
Play of the game.
Yep.
Gotcha.
It's all these people with very edgy names, or the weebs, the edgy names. Dead by Daylight.
Strike from above. Taking off.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Not sure what's going on in that match earlier where I was shooting at that Pharah and I wasn't hitting any of my shots on her tail. I hit mid-airs on that Genji last match.
I am empowered. Establishing area position. Good leadership makes all the difference. Monstering you.
Bug report.
Boosting you.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Enemy here. Thanks for the assist.
Yeah.
Messy, but we got it done.
He's almost dead too. Yeah. Feels like I'm shooting through the tank now.
Check confirmed. Maintaining damage boost. I am empowered. Glad you have me. Positioning. I see an enemy. Supplying damage boost.
That's a Widow.
Enemy here.
Not what I want to point out. Okay. I just got hit by the Widow and the Baptiste at the same time, I think.
Okay, my head's in the game. En route.
Oh my god.
I require healing. Increasing output.
You know, I think we just have to go after the Widow. Someone toggled. Shit.
I don't stay down.
Like, once again, about 2 minutes in.
Repositioning.
Like, there's all this other shit going on, and I literally have to look at the one guy that can insta-kill everyone. Unrelated.
I knew I could count on you. Let's kick this positioning.
And possibly the Baptiste, but mainly the Widow. Can't hit those, hits me perfectly fine though. But then missed every shot on the Kiriko.
Checking in. En route.
And a headshot by the Widow. God.
Reversing personality.
Head in the cloud.
Show him some air power.
Widow's killed me probably 4 of my deaths so far. Might be, targeted cheating on the Baptiste. I immediately come to help him. I should have punched. I need to remember to punch the lantern.
Time to kick
Good.
some tail. I am empowered.
Complaining about the ball? Why? Yeah.
Thank you. Aerial positioning underway.
Pretty sure the Baptiste is also cheating. It's targeted cheating. He's not actually cheating on anyone else. It's just me. Like, he misses everything on them and hits every shot on me. So, yeah. It's one way they control their accuracy. Feels like there's a disconnect to my shots again, guys.
Making another approach. Increasing altitude.
Enemy sniper under motion.
You don't have to test me. Positioning.
They have a point, don't they? Yeah. Good.
Monstering you. Thanks for the assist.
Engage. Wrecking ball.
Good. There's a lot of things that are going on here. Cheating is a big deal, though, compared to Overwatch 1, well, earlier seasons of Overwatch 1. I don't know how bad it was at the end of Overwatch 2, or Overwatch 1 before Overwatch 2 came out. There's a lot of fucking cheating. It's very easy to cheat in the game now with Google hacks. That's part of it. Yeah, there's the net code, or just the game feel, the aim feel is just a lot worse than it used to be. A lot of stuff on the forums about that. I don't need damage boosts when I need heals. Dude, mercies that sit on damage boosts are, I don't want to say obnoxious, but yeah, like literally your mouse 1, your just normal heal is incredibly powerful, and then they just sit on damage boost and then you die.
I don't think so.
Yeah. This guy's cheating. Is that the... No, it's not. Notice how he went to the other doorway? Yeah, because I was over there. So we got 2, maybe 3 people that are cheating in this match. The Baptiste is cheating. He toggled off at the end of the match. He's cheating through the first third of the match. The Widow was definitely cheating as well. That's this guy. And then possibly the Echo, but I don't think so. I don't know. Another good match, guys. Let's see. Baptiste was the Anna. I like the thing about this is until they actually figure out a way of like there's stat-based spamming in the game, but I don't think it goes to player level, which is why you'll see targeted cheating. That's not something normally that happens. Pharah is generally harder to hit than most other characters in the game. Yeah. So when someone hits all their shots on you and then misses the Kiriko just like standing on the ground, yeah. See any wall looking on any of the guys? Once again, we pushed them into their spawn like 3 times at the beginning of the match before they toggled. Widow. This guy. Targeted. So, Orbjorn at the end. Possibly, maybe we just got unlucky there. We aren't going to do that one. The Echo didn't look like she's cheating, but the Widow and the Baptiste definitely were. Especially Baptiste was definitely doing that. And you'll see that, guys, when people cheat on supports, it'll usually be on Ana or Baptiste because they're the most glaring, easiest to do it, and the most effective. The most glaring cheater we've seen on a Baptiste had like at the end of the match got like rage cheated and got like 35 limbs and like 15,000 damage. Basically just went Baptiste and just killed me the entire match. Yeah. And normally they get pissy when you don't switch off characters because then they can't sit on their cheats the entire game. Otherwise, their accuracy, they're afraid of stat banning, so then they'll toggle on and off throughout the match. Or if they're in a pre-made, they'll have their friends toggle on and off and they'll trade cheating duties with each other. But yeah, there's all sorts of fucking weird shit, guys. Yeah, Overwatch 2 definitely has a lot more cheating than Overwatch 1 did. Back in my day, you could only find cheats on Overwatch 1 by like looking at like Taobao, which is a specific Chinese marketplace, or you had to know like some backroom smoky deals sort of thing. You have to know someone to get a cheat for Overwatch 1 back in the day. Now you can fucking find this shit on Google. You can find cheats. They teach you how to cheat on forums. Like they'll actually help you out to make your own cheats. Yeah, it's really fucking bad in the game right now. Tonight seems to be relatively worse than normal, too. That's not helping things, too, guys. I'm going to take a piss and grab a water, though. I will be right back in a second. Yeah, so, like, I'll just... So, the worst case cheaters are the ones you see look at you through walls. And we haven't had a lot of those tonight, but we've definitely had people that are toggling on after they basically get steamrolled and spawn. They toggle on, just running over your team. It's not so bad dealing with one cheater. It's when you deal with the pre-mades, and they generally operate in pre-mades to get around, once again, like things like stat-based banning, where you'll see them trade off cheat duties with each other, or they'll do targeted cheating. Not that they know that I stream, by the way. I don't think, when I say targeted cheating, I don't think it has anything to do with me streaming. As it has to do with dealing with the problematic character in the match. So you dick on one character that's doing exceptionally well, and then all of a sudden your team just rolls over them, right? Rage hacking, yeah. And even in Counter-Strike, like, they know better than looking directly at people through walls. In this game, they do that. I don't think people watch kill cams. They don't watch replay footage, they don't watch kill cams. In Counter-Strike, you at least have Overwatch, which is where you can watch experienced players watch replays of possible cheater footage, right? Not Overwatch is in the game. I haven't played Sombra in a while, but I remember that. Occasionally you'll get a fuck that accidentally will headshot you because they usually know better, but will accidentally headshot you when you're running. Yeah. That's pretty obnoxious. Not that I'll do that, by the way. Not all will look at you through walls. Those are the really bad cheaters that do that shit. But the very fact that it's happening and relatively regularly is a sad, sad testament to where the game is. Yeah. After I restarted my game, 4015. Pretty much every game tonight has a cheater in it. 41. Mm-hmm. Alright guys, we're going to do some tweaking here. Fucks anything up. Yeah. I mean, our games start out pretty good, and then we get a toggler or a couple togglers, as in the last match. I think almost every game except for one where people have cheated, they've had more than one person that's cheating in the match. It was only, yeah. That one, the only match where there's one cheater was 2 matches ago. The Nubani, no, not Nubani, Nepal's. I don't know whichever it was 2 maps ago. You get the solo guy. Most of the time they play in groups, as I mentioned. Okay, let's see if my mouse explodes. Oh. That's not a good sign. Okay, well. Okay. Can we navigate here? How do you go down the list on the right side? Oh, I don't even need to do that. I can just open Regedit, can't I? Yeah. That was too low, as it turns out, guys. Try 15. Well, that's yeah, as it turns out, that was not, well, it wasn't that easy to figure out, but that was pretty straightforward. Alt. Go ahead and change my keyboard because I didn't want to have them. Rebooting. It could be that 16 is too low in and of itself. Yeah, well, I disagree. There's a lot of people that will go to Overwatch is, any free-to-play game is going to have a lot of cheating in it. I disagree on that. I mean, there's ways to lock it down to make sure it's more than, it's like the person that's actually playing the game, and that's part of the problem, regardless of the payment method. Is part of the problem is verifying that it's an actual person, right? But as far as games go, you pay $60. Let's say you get banned once per month. You pay $60 per month. If you're an adult and you have adult bills, $60 a month is jack shit. You pay for health care, you pay for health insurance, assumingly $400 a month. You pay for rent, $800 a month. Depending what kind of place you have or where you live, it can be much more than that. Pay for groceries, you pay for day-to-day life, you pay for your utilities, $60 a month. If you get banned, if you are enjoying yourself, gaming is one of the cheapest hobbies that exists in the world. So, yeah, you get banned, it really isn't that big of a deal. I know it seems like, oh, it maybe keeps the kids away. You can make that, right? Kids don't have a lot of disposable incomes. Adults do. And there's a lot of geeks that are in their 20s and 30s now, myself included. I'm almost in my 40s, so. Drawing a bunch of boxes right now, guys. I might just go back to 16 simply because it works. Well, I mean, it wasn't always the case. I thought Overwatch back in my day, Overwatch 1, I thought it had some of the best anti-cheat I've seen in a video game. It's funny to look at it that way, but I actually think that EA is actually one step ahead of Blizzard as far as anti-cheat goes, because at least they admit there's a problem, right? Most people know that Warzone has a boatload of cheaters in it, right? And at least they talk about making the anti-cheat better. They don't talk about the anti-cheat at all in this game, and that's a bad sign. I'd say behavior is even better than that. Yeah, I guess I played World of Warcraft, and it's more difficult to cheat in World of Warcraft, even though you can fuck with your Lancy and shit. They do hardware bans. There's ways of getting around hardware bans. They do hardware bans. Yeah, hardware bans have been a thing basically since the H1Z1 days. But there's ways of spoofing your accounts and shit to get around it, so. What? Really because I had issues on... Maybe I clicked too fast? Oh, it kind of actually makes me want to try that again. See if it fucks up again. Yeah, just out of educational awareness here. Yeah, they've had hardware bans for a while. There's ways of spoofing hardware bans, though, so... They figure out basically what in their system is causing them to get hardware banned, and then people figure out a method for it. There's an open method right now you can find on the cheater forums for getting around hardware bans. For for your hardware specifically by spoofing. And if your account gets banned, you can buy verified accounts for $3. You can buy GM history accounts for $20 to $40. Depends on what you're looking for and how much money you're willing to spend. But anyone that says, I have an account for 5 years, I've been here since Overwatch 1 beta phase, probably just means if they're sus that they just paid more money for their cheats. So, yeah, they wanted to look more legit. Work now? Or it could be I clicked too fast or something. What happened? Yeah. The problem is it's not tied to anyone in real life. The verified phone number is easy to get around. That's not a problem. And putting aside the fact that old accounts are grandfathered in, there's a lot of ancient accounts. I don't know, maybe that was just a fluke. Okay, let's try 12. Pretty low, by the way. Yeah. I think it's one of these things. I like to describe it as you can't sell the anti-cheat DLC. I would buy the anti-cheat DLC. I'd buy the anti-cheat DLC for every fucking game. But the thing is, you can't market it. People just expect it to have good anti-cheat, and as such, there isn't really incentive for companies to make it because you can't really sell an anti-cheat DLC, right? Even though you'd assume maybe people would buy that, but people don't want to hear that. They don't want to go, oh, there's a cheating problem, because basically having an anti-cheat DLC in the first place admits there's a cheating problem in your game, right? And first step with anti-cheat for video game companies is just admitting you don't have a problem. It's just not admitting you have a problem. Therefore, people won't bitch about it if they don't know about it. And there's a lot of people, like, as I mentioned before, guys, you never mention that you think someone's... Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit too low. We're just going to go with that. I didn't do anything outside the ordinary there. Uh-huh. Yeah, I read about that. If you guys have been keeping up with the dev blog for MMR, there's two parts so far. It basically sounds like a couple different things are happening here. It's a different development team from the Overwatch 1 days. The new development team thinks they could do it better than the Overwatch 1 development team, so there's basically two MMR systems that are basically kind of talking to each other, but not really. And the new MMR system is the one that's supposed to be the better one, right? And it's not. And so people are basically seeing kind of the remnants of the old MMR system. Touch my mouse. Back. It looks like 16. 16 might even be the weird problems I'm having tonight. Could be that 16 is actually a little bit too low. It's just not manifesting as in my mouse becomes unresponsive, as does my OS. But yeah, anyways, it seems as though they have two different systems in place. One's from old Overwatch 1 and one's from Overwatch 2 that they're trying to replace the old system with. They're basically running into the same problems they did from Overwatch 1 that they're now having to fix with the new MMR system. So it definitely seems like there's new coding, there's new dev team members there, and they think they can do it better than the old system. And they're just basically running into the same problems from the old system and trying to fix it. So we're basically at like beginning of Overwatch 1 MMR because they were conceited enough they thought they could just make everything work properly when that wasn't true. Might go up to 17. It could be that this is part of what's doing it. Everything feel better though. That's good. Much snappier. Yeah. They had a bug where it's putting low MMR players in with like normal like plat isn't even low. They're putting in average MMR players with high MMR players. Just
Yo, how's it going, guys? NMX here.
what the fuck? How? Why? How? How and why, guys? So 16 looks to be as low as I can go. I probably could do 15, but if we're already having problems at 14, for sure having problems at 14, 15 is probably flaky, and 16 is probably the baseline for stability, and that might even be too low. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking weird. As I mentioned, one of the games tonight where we had a bunch of cheaters in it, we had basically the enemy team locked in spawn for the first 2 minutes of the match, and then Ana and Genji toggle on. And if you guys don't know, Genji cheaters are very, very, very difficult to deal with because they hit all their shit and they are very difficult to track. Oh, jeez. Yeah. And then they steamrolled our team. We couldn't put up a fight in any way, shape, or form. They just killed everyone over and over and over again until basically the game was done. Oh. Like night and day difference between skill, where we went from opposite end of the spectrum, where we had them locked in the first spawn in the first point, to not being able to ever kill anyone. Yeah, just... And they both had the same avatar, so obviously they're grouped together. Pretty crazy shit. Yeah, I'd say it's gotten worse. Since Season 3 has begun, there's even more cheaters. It's fucking weird. Even more people are cheating in Season 3 compared to Season 2. And I'm not saying there weren't any cheaters in Season 2. There are a lot of cheaters in Season 2. It feels like they're much more common than they were.
Strike from above.
Hey, can I look at the wings on your suit again?
I thought you preferred to stay on the ground.
It's for a different idea I had. I just thought the view from up there would be inspirational.
Wow. Flying is dangerous. Don't fly. Just go to war with me. It feels better. I don't know why. I didn't change anything. Just rebooted a couple times. I'm pretty sure the only reason people buy that skin is because it looks silly. The pink skin. Pink and teal. Like, other Overwatch League teams actually have decent looking skins, and then there's the...
Enemy over here. I'm on top of the world.
Alright guys, I'm sure their McCree will toggle on to insta-kill all of us over and over and over again shortly here, so just hang on.
Establishing aerial position. Don't give these suits to just anyone.
You get her? No. And the levers have started. Well, one. Yeah. I mean, I was watching, like, the only way you can basically game the system is by playing with the pre-made, and for some strange fucking reason, they let people play in complete pre-mades up until GM against other teams. Like, they didn't allow that in Overwatch 1 because it completely throws off the matchmaker. It absolutely skews the fuck out of things. And they just let it happen. They're like, yeah, man. Dicking on people is a lot of fun, right? Dicking on people is a lot of fun. Teehee. As long as we don't show them that they're in groups together, no one will know that they're playing against a pre-made and getting their ass fisted. Oh my god, that's so much fun. Everyone loves getting ass fisted that's solo. Teehee. Good job, Blizzard. This is a very lopsided match, too.
Thanks for the assist. Aerial positioning underway.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, but it's just, like, I was watching some streamers and they're playing their 4 and 5 stacks. I'm sure everyone is on Twitch. The same guys like Emong, along with, like, Siegel and Kark, and they're playing against, like, fucking Plats as GMs. Just, like, the teams don't even stand a chance against each other. Oh, that's not good.
Surrender to my will.
I don't know if I have my shift or E up.
I don't stay down.
Yeah, it was like it's not even remotely balanced, and normally in a weighted MMR system you don't get anything for matches like that, right? You get like a couple points because it's so lopsided. I'm gonna take this so she can't use it. Where's the med kit over there? Yeah. Something's over there. Ah! The fuck was that? And then we just pooped on that enemy team. And this is pre-made too. It seems like two of these guys know each other. It's pushing Masters is Bastion Farah. Yeah, I would actually say... Was it Valentine's Day? No, I think it was last week. They did something. After they made that dev blog post about the MMR being wonky, is when they changed something, and maybe it's beginning of season 3. How long has season 3 been out for? 2 weeks now? A week and a half? They definitely changed something at the beginning of Season 3, and that made things even worse. They said it made it better, and they're going to have a dev blog post out shortly about it. I don't think it is. There's the tweet from that one guy, from the admin guy, or from a dev team member on Twitter, because that's where apparently you have to go to find dev updates on a video game now, is on Twitter, and look at the actual page from the player, or from the staff. Look at the Twitter page from the staff. You have to follow all the Twitter accounts of staff members from Blizzard. Yeah, okay. Used to be able to see when people are in parties. Can't do that anymore, because that'd be toxic. No. That being said, my CPU is also having issues, and I sometimes wonder if that's related to my problems in Overwatch 2. Like, maybe it's loading different cores now, which could be entirely possible, which don't have problems.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocked. Positioning. 30 seconds.
Dude, that felt like that should have went right through that guy. That missile just felt like it went right through the Junkrat just now. I really want Mercy to become meta. Well, I mean, she already is. She does a shitload of. She does more damage now, or more healing now than she used to. It is very difficult to actually down people. What are they doing? You have healers here somewhere. Very accurate, Baptiste. Possibly cheating.
Always more to learn.
Good.
Positioning.
Yeah, she does more healing than she used to. She lost out on some movement, which she needed, because she was a six-dimensional fighter jet known as Mercy. I don't really need heals. Pretty sure the Baptiste is cheating.
Get in here. Stay in the circle.
Making another approach.
So yeah, there's a problem. DPS or healers definitely do too much DPS for sure. Yeah. Baptiste is definitely cheating. He accidentally just shot at the fucking Hanzo in case you guys missed that. Well, he's trying to track me. He's definitely cheating. He has an aimbot and just acts. There's something you'll sometimes see is if someone crosses over in front of your aim, the aimbot will lock to them instead. Or if they get too close to another character, it'll lock on someone that they don't actually intend on killing. Like, he's trying to kill me, right? I think everyone would assume he's trying to kill me because I was one shot away from death. Instead, his aim snapped to the Hanzo. Yeah. Well, I don't think he doesn't have armor that low. Bastion's armor is very difficult to deal with, though. god.
Robots pushing.
A waste, alts. Yep, it's little stuff like that. Most people don't even notice shit like that. That's why you never, if you think someone's cheating, never mention in game unless you want to see people just freak out and go, "Wow, you think people are cheating? There's no way anyone cheats at video games." You know, and you're just like, okay, dude. You just think they're cheating because he's killing you. I mean, that's part of it. As it turns out, when people are cheating, they can very easily kill you. So, I don't know where the fucking turret is. As it turns out, it makes it much easier to kill people when they're cheating. When they're the ones cheating, it makes it much easier for them to kill you. Yeah. Most people are not observant. A lot of people don't even watch kill cams. It sucks. Believe me, it's like every time I watch a kill cam, it's like dying twice on stream, and kids can't handle that. It makes me hurt internally. So. Where she went.
They've taken the lead. We need to push back. You call mercy as something. Up and away.
Your team has lost the lead.
Fucking Christ, guys.
Time to kick some tail. Right by you.
And then they can fucking Baptiste can play fucking bouncy castle. There you go. They can play fucking bouncy castle, and literally they never fucking get touched. And they just like their aim just fucking locked you while they're in bouncy castle mode. Like in no way, shape, or form does his movement actually affect his ability to aim. I said definitely cheating. Haha, tee got you through that little window crack. I know exactly where you are. Yeah, that's great, Baptiste. Fuck off. No, definitely cheating. He just pre-aimed me through the bus. If you guys just saw that, 100% cheating. As I was coming up from the bus on the side there's no vertical audio in the game, and you couldn't hear me anyways. As I was coming up from the bus, he was looking exactly at where I was about to pop out from.
Thanks for the assist. Increasing altitude. Right back at you.
Fuck's the turret. I think he got it. Oh, too many messages. I just hit X, guys. Don't ask for healing. Gotcha.
Always more to learn.
The enemy took control.
Up and away. Uh-oh, they're pushing.
They'll do shit like this too, where they just fucking bulldog you. Go! What the fuck is the Reinhardt doing? He's sitting behind me, hiding behind the wall, getting healed. The fuck you doing? Go be a tank. Fuck off.
There's much for you to do. I'm back.
One of the worst things in the world is when you have a tank that doesn't actually be a tank. Instead, he's waiting for you to be a tank for him or something. Yeah, already. He's a Kiriko now, for whatever reason. Alright. Reinhardt's hiding up in a corridor. It looks like he has targeted cheating too, which is a thing. Notice how he missed all of his shots on the Kiriko, but hit all of his shots on me. Which is a way of dealing with accuracy. We didn't see too many of the Baptiste shots. It could be just as targeted cheating in general.
Aerial positioning underway. Push started. Let's go.
There we go. Had to go. Had to go. All of our healers were dead. And it looks like he's cheating too. Good. Like, he killed me a couple times earlier, but he is definitely wall looking. Pre-aiming through the wall there. Okay. So, the Baptiste 100% cheating, which is this guy. Possible targeted cheating. Extra sentence there. Then also the McCree guy.
Welcome to Oasis.
Oh, the fucking Baptiste also accidentally snapped the wrong player when he was tracking me too, didn't he? That guy's like 300% cheating. There's like 3 huge red flags on that one. McCree could have just had a lucky kill streak though. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I mean, it's the same sort of people, like, there's a lot of people that should not be listened to, including people that are really good at the game. Being really good at the games doesn't necessarily mean you're really good at designing the game. Two different things, two different skill sets. But there's a lot of people that bitched about Roadhog, and Roadhog, I don't know if you're here, I talked about the other day, Roadhog is very telegraphed. He is very telegraphed in what he does. Like, when Roadhog goes for a hook, you have a chance of actually dealing with that. When Widow? No one talks about Widow. When Widow headshots you, you're just fucking dead. You're just dead out of nowhere. No, it's not. When Widow fucking headshots you, you just die. And I was like, oh my god, Roadhog can one-shot you! He's so terrible! Such a bad guy, guys! I'm so sick of Roadhogs and they're fucking one-shots! You know, meanwhile, Widow's just across the map, boom, and you just die, you know? And you're like, okay, let's add some context here, you know? Yeah, Ball's not OP. Ball's I've always considered like Genji. I didn't break the glass. Got me good. Bye, guys. How desperate? There's 3 people! I made a good play, you son of a bitch! That's a good play. That's not desperate. That was me literally turning the tables on you and almost getting a 3K on when they thought they were going to kill me by ganging up on me. Your incompetence almost got me a 3K. That's not desperate. You can see why people like that are like one step away from fucking cheating. Like literally one step away from cheating. I don't know where the fucking soldier is. I don't know where soldier is. I need a new monitor, guys. I found the soldier. I really... Oh! Oh! Hey, buddy. Have fun. You can tell why like people are like one step away from cheating, right? It's like Farah is some of these guys' origin story. It is literally where they became a villain was because of Farah. Oh my god. Bye. Okay, I didn't make it. Well, there's a bunch of tank busters. That's the thing, is that almost no streamers talk about. There's a bunch of tank busters that look like pre-aim and tracking me through the wall. There's a bunch of tank busters in the game, guys, right? So most people don't consider them. Sombra, I would consider a non-traditional tank buster. When tanks lose their ability to use their abilities, they get fucked pretty hard. There we go. Reaper. Traditional ones. Reaper, Bastion, Symmetra. Although people are kind of over... They call her a sleeper. Symmetra does 180 damage at tier 3. Soldier does 190 up close. So, yeah, and he doesn't need to charge his fucking gun. Symmetra is something you could consider. She needs to be buffed up a bit. Symmetra is a tank buster. Sombra is a non-traditional tank buster, but also tank buster. Very important for getting rid of especially really good tanks. Yeah, there's ways of dealing with tanks, even like Piggy. And Piggy is very telegraphed. Like he's you can hear his sweaty breath breathing you down while he's just walking towards you. While he's just fucking walking towards you, just waiting. Skulking around. This guy is very accurate now. That's a tracer, by the way. There we go. Gonna come back. He could be all the way to Timbuktu now, I don't know. Mercy. Okay. Landed on her head. That's nice. I can't wait to get a new fucking processor, guys. Oh my god, I'm gonna jizz fucking everywhere. Mainly I want a monitor, but those aren't coming out till like May, so. I definitely want a new monitor. That 500 hertz Asus monitor? No. This is McCree. He's just like goose-stepping on me, isn't he? I don't know why I can't, like, under-aim anymore. And the sketchy player left, which was the mine guy. I must win or I'll leave. Game has changed a lot. Don't res him. She's like, where's my tank? I believe we played against this guy before. I'm pretty sure he cheats. Okay. He was trying to flick for me and he flicked the soldier or whatever that was behind me instead. Opposite direction of where I was going while tracing me. He went like this. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Endorse your healers. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good offset. Like with Bastion, I think his hitbox is like Junker Queen is actually kind of difficult just because her hitbox, her model design is so tiny. It's easy to confuse her with actual DPS, which is also unfortunate, which shouldn't be a thing because it muddles the game. Silhouette should be respective to their class, in my opinion. Yeah, I think Bastion's damage is pretty well offset by the fact that he's chunky. He has like a tank hitbox, and he's DPS. Bastion, for comparison, so Symmetra does 180 at tier 3. Bastion in tank mode does 360 damage per second. Yeah, that is insane. You die in half a second as a 200 HP hero. Roughly half a second. But yeah, he's chunky. And he makes a lot of sound, too. I think a lot of people underestimate how important tank busters are. Whichever one you choose to use. Bastion probably being the better one right now. Sombra people underestimate, too. The ability just to harass people and disable them. It's actually really good. And this tank, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of things they could do to beef her up. You know, it's not just whey. You know, they don't need to feed her a bunch of whey. Even though she's ripped as fuck. That's the Anna. Get anyone? I did. Can you res? Okay, Mercy. Could be, though. Don't know. She definitely needs a bigger model, though. Something that's more, even if it doesn't count towards her hitbox, something that's easier to see on the battlefield, like big shoulder pads or wide hips or something. Christ. That's not what I want to shoot at. And that was the Sojourn. God. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Dude, whoever is bumping that around literally just killed their entire fucking team. Like, it literally just gave them line of sight of fucking everything until we died. Also, Ashe might be cheating. Unrelated. I actually had a chance of killing the diva in there. Yeah, they're trying to do what I was doing, which was trying to hit him into the water, and they eventually did. But after basically giving him line of sight on our entire team by throwing him up in the air constantly. Oh. Almost. This guy's also cheating. Oh. And he wasn't originally.
I don't stay down. Positioning. Right back at you.
Looks like he's cheating. We'll see though. Hey, buddy.
Thanks for the assist.
So pretty sure the Ashe is cheating. She's just jumping around, hitting shots and everything. Yeah. Really doesn't fucking matter what you're doing or how much she's moving around. Those are locked to your chest or head. Definitely cheating. Oh. That started on switch to Soldier, Alpha Sojourn to Ashe. God. Oh. Hey, buddy. Nade. Wasn't the Ashe. Yep. Well, it doesn't matter what hero I play, by the way. This is not just a Pharah thing. Oh, he's just hitting all of his shots now. Good for him. What a nice guy. As Reaper coming out of spawn, same thing would have happened. God. Literally a fucking turret. As I mentioned, the same thing happened a couple games ago. Be magnetic too. All right. So we got two cheaters in here. So this guy's cheating. Yeah. Hey, look, guys. It's me. And environmental. Good. Let's see. Okay, and then the Hanzo, halfway through the match, toggled. That might have been, that might have been a soft, like a magnetic aimbot too, because it looked like sometimes it was gravitating to my character rather than snapping as well, so it could have been one or two, or they could do both. Yeah, they always have hit scan. 90% of the roster in this game is fucking hit scan, so there's always going to be hit scan. And playing Pharah involves, like, at higher levels, it involves either being able to line of sight properly against them or be able to bulldog someone down and kill them before they kill you. And you have to do either of the two. And there will always be hit scan in your matches, no matter what. And there's a lot of people that will just impulsively switch characters just constantly. Obviously, you're not going to be as good at some characters versus other characters. But yeah, they just like, you just got to leave. And we've had matches where I've done extremely well, including out DPSing the tank and the other DPS as Pharah, when they have like 3 hit scans on their team, and like the tank will like bitch up a storm. We had a guy like that, I think yesterday, that was doing that. Bitch up a storm about me like still playing Pharah, even though basically I was outperforming everyone else on the team against being down essentially against people that are, you know, countering me, having a better character is better against my character than other characters. Actually, some of his shots look predictive. And assumedly the developers are smart enough to realize I'm not talking about infravision when I talk about people looking through walls. Ways to actually type that up.
Strike from above. Double when I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
Yeah, well, when people toggle on too, they'll try and goose step you, meaning they'll just try and, like, if your team's here, like, the enemy team's here around the corner and, like, you're up there, they'll just walk out in front of the team and just shoot at you until you're dead. And a couple things you can do in that case, usually they're cheating, but not always. When they're doing that is either you can drop behind your teammates and just literally wait for them to die, because they will, because they're overextended in the wrong spot, or you point them out. Best thing is just letting your teammates kill people like that. That's a MOBA strategy, by the way. Teehee, I learned that in MOBAs. When someone overextends and has a real big hard-on for you, you just run away and let your teammates kill them because they're overextended and then they die. Usually. Or if they're really good, they kill your entire team. Or if they're really good, they just kill your entire team. Which also happens.
Always completes a task to perfection.
I might try, maybe tomorrow, guys. We aren't going to do it tonight. I think I'm going to turn my buffer size up to 18, and maybe that'll help. It could be my buffer is still too low, and I'm just not, it's not unstable, but it's pretty close to being unstable.
2, 1. Round 1. Capture.
And aimbot grenade. Yeah.
All systems nominal. Up and away.
You're a fucking god. Still over there? She's over there. Jesus fucking Christ.
Double kill.
Uh-huh. Well, he's flying through the air. Like we got another cheater. We'll see.
Repositioning.
Good. He actually flicked away from the character. He flicked the opposite direction of the Zenyatta. That's why you didn't see a hit there. He went the wrong way. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. He's just fucking watching me behind walls. Good. Got a total of no heals. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Oh, hey look, I got a heal, guys. Wow. Those two guys were up in front while that tank was running around on their point. Just doing nothing. Definitely cheating. That's McCree. Looks like he misses some because of hit reg, but they're on my body. McCree's definitely cheating. Good shit. Again, another game. I think every single game tonight has had a cheater in it. They've either started out by cheating or they turned on within about 2 minutes of the match starting where their team's getting steamrolled. Good. Good shit. Unbelievable. I don't understand why people, like, even if they're doing well, like, there's some people that won't be toggled on at the beginning of the match, and they'll wait till, like, maybe 2 minutes in, 1 to 2 minutes in before they toggle. Like, they'll do really poorly, and then they'll toggle on. It could be, like, they're banking accuracy, but I'm not sure. Neither do I. You're less likely to get reported in quick play. Reg, that was a miss. People don't take it as seriously, and as such, they think there's less of a chance that they're going to get reported. And the games are also less balanced too, which means, and cheaters don't want balanced games, by the way, which means they get to have more fun. Missing a lot of shots now. Toggled? Yeah, he is. He's gonna fucking res. God damn it. Needed to kill the turret, guys. It looks like the McCree toggled off, which is what they have to do when they're watching their stats. We'll see if that holds true, though. That was a lot of fucking misses compared to him 2 and 3 tapping me constantly. Oh my god. We have a team here somewhere, by the way.
Okay, my head's in the game. Repositioning. My spirit blazes.
Still playing McCree. So they swapped to Torbjorn when the McCree turned off. So it could be this is a pre-made. And once again, when people are cheating, they'll have their they'll swap off with their teammates. Either they'll start cheating or they'll try to make up for the fact that they're no longer cheating when they toggle off. You just use the tank as accuracy enough where you can start cheating again. He just tried to goose step me. Probably see him toggle next match. Take it. That's McCree. Yeah, there's a couple things. Quick play matches are much more unbalanced than comp is. And then at the same time, you're less likely to get reported. So, because no one takes quick play seriously, right? And you'll have people that will toggle on and off depending on how good their team's doing and try to draw out the round. So they'll toggle off when they're doing really well and then wait until the end of the match and toggle on again, which could be what's going to happen here. Which can also be similar to like accuracy banking, where they're trying to make sure their accuracy doesn't climb too high. Or just to make the games last longer, so otherwise you get a lot of quitters. People don't really understand that people cheat in this game. They do understand when they're not having fun, and getting steamrolled is not fun. So they give you the illusion that you can actually win. You have a chance of winning. That is the... Ha! They swapped! That is... They swapped... It's definitely a pre-made, and they just swapped roles. This guy just looked at me through the fucking wall. Yeah. So, their Torbjorn is now playing McCree, and their original McCree that did extremely well, by the way, is now playing Symmetra. You can't make this shit up. Why would the McCree that's doing insanely well all of a sudden just, you know, decide that they aren't going to play? This McCree is also very accurate, too. He was doing extremely well in round 1, wasn't he? He was doing extremely well. Wonder why he swapped. Very weird, right? And in round 2, for some reason, he couldn't hit shit about a minute into the round. When he toggled. Down fast enough.
The skies await. Up and away.
Okay.
Health restored. Aerial positioning underway. I require reforming you.
Yeah.
I knew I could count on you.
Oh no, I moved a little bit. That's not good. In a very accurate fashion. Game looks like it spins in circles when he fires. I'm pretty sure this guy's cheating. There's something with newer aimbots where they'll do like something where it like jiggles. It looks like it kind of like spins in a small circle on your screen. That's not normal in any way, shape, or form. This guy used to be so accurate. What happened to him? Good for him. This is the guy that's playing McCree, by the way. Wonder why he's not just playing McCree and killing me. It was so easy for him in round 1. Like, yeah. Like, you just put into context some of the choices some of these guys make. Yeah. I guess he got sick of killing everyone. Oh my god. Fuck you, Mercy. Yeah, look how he's just fucking out here. No. Oh, that was the Mercy, by the way, that just left. We got her on her fucking res. That was pretty insane. She hopped in and then used Guardian Angel while going up into the air and rezzing at the same time, and I was able to stop that by booping her out with my concussion missile, in case you guys missed that. Which stopped her res and then she couldn't res again. I wonder why our friend here, Mr. McCree, doesn't go on McCree again. No. Unbelievable. That is. You can't make that shit up. In round one, literally. Weird, Cassidy. Why'd you swap? You were doing amazing in round one. Wanted to lose? Very weird. I started slacking in the second round. Apparently, must have hit the F2 key. I didn't have enough time to type that, but F2 key. Round one, guys. He fucking hit every goddamn shot in the world on everyone. Every fucking shot, and killed me. Over and over again. He had a Mercy pocket. Over and over and over again. And then, beginning of round two, for some strange reason, he just decided he wasn't going to play a hit scan anymore. And then swapped, what was he play, Torbjorn? No, he just did really horrible in round two as McCree for a little bit, and then I think he swapped. And then in round three, he was Symmetra, and the other guy that was playing Torbjorn swapped. By the way, the Torbjorn swap happened for the other guy, happened when he stopped doing really well as Cassidy. And then in round three, he started playing Symmetra, and the other guy was playing McCree. Yeah, like, yeah, you can't make this shit up. That's pretty good. I'm not thinking our healers. That's not. Okay. Christ. I think the Torbjorn was cheating too. I don't know why he left, but it could be sometimes people will reverse stream snipe you. Though one of the reasons you have to have the ability as a streamer, you have to have the ability to block people being able to see your name, is because what they'll do is sometimes they know the person is a streamer, and then they'll look up your stream. They aren't watching you. They'll look up your stream and start watching you. The other one is they'll search the Twitch directory, and it could be they popped in here, heard me talking about them cheating, and then just left the game. Yeah, that guy's definitely cheating. I don't know if we saw any wall looking. Wall looking is very obvious. That's a dead giveaway. Someone's cheating when they pre-in you. Pre-aim and track through walls is definitely cheating. Your third eye edge gone. No matter how accurate you get at this game, guys, your third eye edge gone does not open. When you go to Overwatch League, your third eye edge gone does not open. You're able to see through walls. That's something that doesn't happen for no one, because you can't see through walls. Because you never get to be able to do that. Yeah, but anyways, the Torbjorn started he started playing Torbjorn when the McCree got bad at the game. That was like 1 minute into round 2. He started getting really terrible. He started playing Torbjorn to counter me. And the Torbjorn is a Pharah counter because she has a turret. He has a turret that will definitely destroy you from across the map if you don't manage it. And even when you do, if you're not getting healed, you'll end up at about 25% health after shooting it 3 times and exploding it, which is more than enough for you to die then. So Torbjorn is actually very difficult to deal with as Pharah. Even if you can, it takes a lot of time to do it, and then you can just throw out another turret at some point. But after he did that, and then in round 3, it seemed like he was cheating on McCree. But then they just left. When I started pointing it out, they just left the game, along with Healer or someone like that. And I don't know why, because they weren't doing horrible either. So possibly related to streaming and me talking about it, possibly not. This guy's definitely cheating, though. Poor guy. Poor lad. Hope he gets banned. You're not poor person indeed, but, you know. Yeah, they deserve it. It's the way the world works. You know, it's weird, guys. When you have discussions about cheating, for some strange reason, there's still this stigma online where people don't think people cheat. Like, there's no way someone could cheat at a video game. I don't know why. The kind of people that you meet online, if you've been to 4chan, if you've seen some of the shitbirds that talk shit in games, why do you ever think they wouldn't cheat? Like, that kind of personality, someone that acts like an asshole, why do you think they wouldn't cheat? Like, what in your soul... Like, do you think it's difficult? Just type Overwatch cheats in Google and then come back to me. Yeah, and worst case scenario, the bottom of the barrel cheating is when you can find a cheat on a forum, a public forum, that works for a video game and doesn't get you banned. And that's where we're at right now with Overwatch 2. That's the kind of shit you can encounter in Counter-Strike. And at least they have ban waves. And I'm sure Overwatch is banning people, but it's not enough. They have a huge problem in the game. And it shows. It really shows. Like, just the amount of people when we're dominating them, and then all of a sudden they just get really fucking good. Yeah, and then they just steamroll our team. Like, what? That match before that, what match was that? Rialto. The fucking Rialto match? Yeah. Yep. Where we basically had them in their spawn, and then all of a sudden they just became really good, and the Ashe just started fucking jumping around the map, jumping everywhere, getting knocked around, just killing everyone. Good for her. Must be practicing the aim trainer. 49-16, pretty good. 57-11, that is phenomenal. Which round was this? That was on... Oh, by the way, the stats work. AAA company, by the way. Oh, look, the stat board's broken. Like, why is the match history in constant state of being broken? I don't understand this. Is it so difficult? Indie games can get stats done. Is this so difficult to track stats? I don't understand this. This is really good, though. This right here, accuracy-wise, very good. 80% airtime. Very good. That was a very good round. I do want to tweak my keyboard. I haven't done it yet because I want to make sure another really good round, 52-21. That was in Rialto where we got steamrolled by the fucking cheating Ashe with the Hanzo that toggled on later on. Also did very good. Even if my limbs and deaths, it doesn't matter. We're making shots in there. That's because the Ashe was cheating and just literally just face-pounding us. Face-pounded our entire team and we all died. Wouldn't have mattered if I played fair or anything else. This is pretty good. Even while losing, doing pretty good. That's nice. 43-17, 68's not that amazing. Making tweaks, guys. We're making headroom here. It's down 80% airtime. That is absurd. How long was that match, too? 6:46. I don't know if it counts you sliding on buildings. I hope it doesn't, but it might. 8. And then these are matches prior. It doesn't keep track of that either. Prior to you restarting your game. Yeah, is this a match that's borked? Another match we did really well. 40-11, 82% airtime. The fuck? That wastes. Monastery. You have a monastery today? Remember. A lot of these games just bleed together, guys. I haven't played Overwatch 1 since Season 5. So there's a lot of seasons in Overwatch, and I haven't played since Season 5. There's a lot of time. There's 5-6 years between then. And it could be that it's slowly crept up, and I just have a very good data point, which was 5 years ago, right? And it's not remotely it's not remotely recent. It could be that the cheating was just as bad at the end of Overwatch 1 as it is in Overwatch 2. I don't know because I didn't play the end of Overwatch 1. It seems a couple of theories that I have is techniques that are needed to cheat in video games have now become more common in the cheat industry. People realize that it's not actually that difficult cheating. There's a lot of incentive to cheat, guys. I've showed you guys before, like the biggest cheat ring in China got taken out. It was 3 guys that earned like what, $70 million? $70 million by making cheats for PUBG Mobile. 3 people, 3 fucking people, like earning as much as a company does. 3 people. And it's a cowboy coders too. It's like just figuring out how to break a game and turning it into a subscription model literally prints money because people are so hard up to cheat. Like they're willing to pay money. And because you got Joe who just got yelled at playing, Joe just got yelled at for fucking doing something wrong at Best Buy. He had angry customers all day. He goes home. He wants to crack a beer and fucking shit on some kids, right? He's willing to pay $10 a month. You get a bunch of people like that, and all of a sudden you have they had 600 million active subscribers at the end. And by the way, they didn't find out their cheats and figure out how to catch them in game. They caught them in real life. That's Vice has an article on that. I brought that up from last year, I think it is, 2022. Yeah, Vice has an article on that. They're called the Pizza Cat Gang or something like that. It's something weird. But yeah, it's actually lucrative. It makes from a business standpoint, and you're actually not like you have to push to break some laws. It turns in DMCA stuff where you're modifying things in the active memory, and it becomes a DMCA complaint. That's how they get you, is because it's a DMCA thing. Yeah. Let's see. So this is a good read if you guys are curious. Vice caught cheaters China. Rooster is something weird. Chinese names called. Biggest cheat provider in China. They had 46 million in assets were seized. And Vice basically had an interview with the one guy that basically escaped the police. Police seized luxury cars, including Rolls-Royce, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, which are worth millions of dollars, according to Tencent. These are 3 people that made a cheat for a video game, guys. Like, if anyone ever tells you no one cheats at video games, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Yeah, I'm not gonna make cheats for a video game. Fuck making $70 million, man. I'm not doing that. I have the code of sharing honor between geeks. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. And it's like stuff like this gets me heated. Like there aren't many things, guys, that get under my skin. Cheating does. It's like this one thing that just completely undermines like the underpinnings of like kind of this contest you have between players online, between 2 unknown individuals that just come and butt heads together, right? 70 million a year. Not 70 million. 70 million a year in subscriptions, according to the BBC. What the fuck? We covered this already, so I'm not going to go over the whole thing. This isn't the full article. There it is. 70 million a month. Year? Per month? What was that? Chicken Drumstick is the name of the organization. The organization raked in 77 million from selling cheats, according to the cops. Wing owned luxury cars worth 3 million, including Ferrari, Lamborghini, and a stash of Bitcoin worth around 4 million, despite the fact that his day job only paid him $462 a month. Yeah. His normal day job paid him $462 a month in China, which is normal. Yeah, it is. This cheating's big. Don't let anyone ever talk you out of believing people. You guys can read this we aren't going to go over this tonight. We had some pretty good games here despite the cheating tonight. And they caught them. They didn't catch their cheats in the game. Like, it's not like they banned everyone that was using their cheats. They caught 2 of the 3 guys that were running this company in real life. So at the end of the day, Tencent for PUBG Mobile, this is PUBG Mobile cheat. This isn't Warzone. This is a PUBG Mobile cheat. At the end of the day, they caught them in real life, not online. They didn't catch their cheats. They just tried to get them on a catch-all in real life, and they did. But this just shows you, this is well worth reading, guys. I mean, if you are, vaguely interested in what's going on here, this is from last year, right? 2021. I was wrong. 2021. 2 years ago, year and a half ago. Fucking 77 million. His day job paid him $462 a week. A month. Not a week, a month. This isn't even remotely close to the US. His day job paid him $462 a month, which is like poverty line in China. What the fuck? And this guy, on the side of doing his day job, made a cheating. You can't even call it a cheating empire. The anti-cheat in video games is so poor. It is so horribly poor. You don't need to have a big company. You don't need to have a smuggling ring. You just need to have a cowboy coder and a couple people. Like, it wasn't even 3 coders. It was like one guy took care of the back end stuff. One guy took care of like the cheat itself, and then another guy did marketing. Yeah, 3 people, 77 million. So from a business standpoint, guys, as an entrepreneur, I have my own business. As an entrepreneur, even though I'm my own employee, fucking $77 million because you break a video game? Yeah, and that's not hard to do. There's people that'll teach you how to do this shit online and then just sold it. Like, it makes a lot of sense to cheat at video games and to make cheats for video games. From a lucrative business standpoint, it makes a lot of sense. Whenever there is, up until recently, guys, I was going into some like big streamers on Overwatch. Like Seagull was like, yeah, no one cheats at video games. And I made a tweet about this. This was like a month ago. He was actively lambasting someone in the Overwatch community that was talking about cheating and thought someone was cheating because there were posts that said, lol, no, this guy's wrong. And he's like, oh, this guy's talking about cheating, la, 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 la. And like no idea, absolutely ignorant as fuck. And I'm not big into like tearing down big streamers, but when you have no fucking idea what you're talking about, don't open your fucking mouth. Let's just go on that. And it's fun to meme. It's fun to just, clap your hands and go, wow, guys, oh my God, look at this. Let's make fun of the same thing because that all brings us together. But when you have no idea what you're talking about, 77 million compared to $462 per month. No contest. I don't know what life he's living. Most people would be encouraged to make a cheat if they got paid this kind of money. And that's not like, this is on the higher end, but this just shows you this is for cheat for one game, which is PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile of all games too. Yeah, just holy shit, guys. It gets me heated. I know I'm just sitting here and bitching to you guys, and it's like preaching to the choir. But if you are curious read this Vice article. There's a couple that are around the internet. This is more well written. They basically have an interview with the actual cheat developer, and they talk about the cheat, and they talk about what they're doing and things that they're having. He's obviously protected by confidentiality when he made this, but like, yeah, guys, just it's not even close. Cheating? Yeah, there's no cheating. Did you get the link, Idawin? Yeah, there's no cheating in video games. Meanwhile, you have a chicken drumstick in China. Making 77 million with 3 people, and their normal day job pays them $462 a month. They seize Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and a stash of Bitcoin worth $4 million. It's all fine. Yeah. Unbelievable. Like, there's some big streamers, like, if it's one thing if you just don't comment on it. Like, you don't need to comment on allegations or thinking someone's cheating, right? It's another if you decide to take a stance and you are just completely fucking wrong. And holy fuck, guys. That pissed me off because it perpetuates the idea that no one cheats. And if a big streamer like Seagull is saying it, then obviously it's true, right? And I don't know how you could ever, like, look at any of this shit or what's going on online. You literally type Overwatch cheats, which I'm not going to because I think that might be telling you guys how to cheat, even though it's the simplest thing that you could ever think of to type into Google. It works for the game, and that's where we're at with Overwatch. So, yeah, it just means that they've never typed Overwatch, Seagull's never typed Overwatch cheats into Google. Or if he has, he just hasn't looked through the results. Because one of which is literally just a forum that they teach you how to make cheats. Like, you can go on there and ask for help and shit. Fuck. I want to do modes. Yeah, but that's a good article to read, guys, just as out of, grim curiosity. But we had some pretty good games here tonight, guys. We had a lot of cheating here tonight, too. Like I said, it was majority of the matches were like the first 2 minutes of the matches when they toggle on. Most of our matches where people were cheating, we had multiple people cheating in it. The last match, I think, was one person, but it could have been two, but the guy left immediately when I started talking about that. I don't know, guys. But yeah, just like this isn't even like making it big on Twitch. This is you make a cheat for a video game, which is very easy to do, and you make $77 million. Like, you know, people talk about streaming on Twitch and making money by making video games. You can break video games and make a shitload of money, shitload more money than you'd ever make. Like, this is more than fucking Ninja's making. I don't know what he thinks he's making, but yeah. As far as a easy paying job, guys, there's a lot of coders, and there are a lot that probably aren't afraid to get their hands dirty. And it's not even getting their hands dirty, right? It's cheating at a video game. This isn't even like feeding steroids to kids or some stupid shit, like making steroids for sports athletes or something. You are literally just making a cheat for a video game, right? And whether or not that's legal in your country, I guess, is up in the air. But like, there's a lot of countries where that's not illegal, like Russia, for instance, and have a decent quality of life over there. So, yeah, there's a lot of other places too where you wouldn't have to worry about getting arrested ever. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Take a look at the article. Definitely very interesting, well worth taking a look at. And sometimes these pop up. Vice has, I think, done a couple of these, by the way. I've definitely seen a few of these, so it's nice. I love bringing them up over the years because this is a lot higher than it used to be. It wasn't 77 million like 5 years ago. Like when we were looking at cheating articles, it wasn't 77 million. This is absurd. And the one other stat I want to show you guys here at the end was. Says they had 600,000 subscribers when they finally got shut down. When he shut down Cheat Ninja, Catfish, the guy that they interviewed, said they had around 600,000 monthly active subscribers. Active subscribers. Not subscribers, active subscribers. Yeah, they didn't at most have 600,000 over their entire lifetime. They had 600,000 active monthly subscribers when they got shut down. For PUBG Mobile. What the fuck, guys? What the fuck? Alrighty. Enough of that. This is a good. I love doing like kind of like a reality check sort of thing, and this is a pretty good one for gamers, by the way. If you are ever vaguely curious about the behind the scenes of like cheat makers, like the companies that are actually making cheats that you can buy. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense if you are working a day job and it pays you $462 a month. And you have an opportunity to make $77 million. Probably should have left China if that was the case. You know, if they're making that much money, maybe they should have left China and went somewhere else because they could literally take their business wherever they went, right? So probably not the smartest apples in the bunch, which is also telling, by the way, is if they're doing something wrong and it's not really wrong in other countries, maybe they should just go to other countries then, right? Yeah. So, alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, though, guys. It was fun. We had some pretty good games. We had a lot of cheaters tonight. That'll happen. I guess tonight's one of the worst nights of the week. That's just the way it was. Last night's games were better, but that's just the way things are. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. They should have moved, yeah. Like, they could have went to Panama. They literally have nothing where they needed to be in a specific country. They had no fucking, like, they can move their servers, right? That's nothing. They could move wherever the fuck they wanted to, and instead they stayed in China. I don't fucking know. But yeah, guys. That just shows you how easy it is. This isn't like the fucking Mexican drug cartel or something. And that probably isn't even that much more difficult, but there's more logistics involved. These are three fuckers that own some servers somewhere that raked in $77 million by making a cheat for a video game. I don't understand, guys. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, make sure to follow on the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night in GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Repeating things just to make sure I got it. But yeah, tomorrow, guys, will be more Overwatch 2. Our tweaks are working out pretty good. That's the way things go, though. They're working pretty good. I think our actually went up significantly, so that's good. My mouse feels more in line with what's actually happening in the game. We will see if that remains true or holds true up until, see how things go. But, alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching, as always. Later, guys. Oh my god. Hope you guys have a wonderful evening. And I'm out of here. Purr.